Well, well, well. Another day, another Brian Schottenheimer press conference. And again, Brian Schottenheimer continues to talk a good game. But my question is what he's saying matching what he's doing? Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. And we live. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And if you like this video, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming in the future. Now, give me just 1 second, but we're about to talk facts. All right, I had a little bit of a technical difficulty, but let's get at it. All right, so let me tell you what the topics are going to be today. So again, today we are going to be looking at the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. Another day, another Brian Schottenheimer press conference. We also have some player interviews that have come down, so we're going to see that. We also see where the Cowboys have signed Michael Ojemudia, I think it is, or something to that effect. And then we're going to listen to this thing with Mike Sando and why he ranked Dak Prescott. If you haven't seen the quote-unquote latest, I'm so glad when we get the season started. I'm tired of all these lists. But again, Mike Sando, 105.3 The Fan, is going to justify where he ranked Dak Prescott. And then we're going to listen to 105.3 game recap and just kind of see what they had to say about the preseason game. And if there's some other news, we will talk about that too. What? Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Let's get a quick roll call, and then we gonna get right into this. Man, y'all forgive me, this little sound issue I had, man, it kind of threw me off a little bit. But we about to get this thing pumped up. Let's go. My right-hand man up in here, Daniel M. He says Daniel Rangers. It's obviously he loved the Texas Rangers. But once again, Daniel is up in here. Let's go. Katharina Kiss, let's go. And then she also said, hit that like button. Let's get this. Ron Hanna in here, regular. What's going on, Ron Hanna? Let's get this thing going. John Henry, as always, what's going on with you? Good to see you. Miss Matrix, what's going on? It's time to talk Cowboys. John Jones says, what up, G Money? I said it's a new Jack City. Let's go. Randall Armstrong, what's up, my brother? Chauncey 1616, Denzel Washington. No, man. Chauncey, stop it. This dude, Denzel Washington, has the audacity to say that he says there are a lot of opinionaires while giving his opinion. Boy, you can't make this stuff up. Man, I'm not buying what Denzel Washington's talking about. Michael Tyree, but I appreciate you being up in here, Chauncey. Michael Tyree, what's going on? Joe Milton talks. Yeah, let's move forward. Problem is, they're not gonna let us move forward from Joe Milton, Michael Tyree, and I'm gonna tell you why in a moment. Richard Baptiste, what's going on? He said, we're gonna shock a lot of people. I believe so too. Hallelujah, what's going on? Let's talk some facts. LaQueen, from the beginning, let's go. What's going on? Ron Mack, let's go. Blue Star Dallas TV, what's going on? Blue Star, say it. Why is Shotty still babying Milton? He's a grown man. He has not earned anything. If anything, everybody should compete other than the starting quarterback. I've been saying the same thing. Big Cloud, what's going on? Having a blessed day for sure. All right, let's get this thing started. Sweet Zeke, what's going on? What up, gang? Let's go. Rock Soldier 67, what's going on? Good to see you. Dominique Jackson in here, what up with you? Football Fanatic 1, let's go. Jay Wolf, what up? Dak Owns Filthy in the crib. All right, let's get this thing started. Justin Durham, I saw you in here earlier. What's going on with you? My man C Base, what's up with you? All right, Oddball JC, let's get it. What's going on? All right, let's get this thing. Gwen Bowden, let's get it. All right, so I haven't heard this Brian Schottenheimer press conference. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer. Y'all know I was riding early. I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer. But I can't help. Brian Schottenheimer's starting to talk a real good game. He talked. Brian has all the answers. Brian says all the right things. All the right things. Brian Schottenheimer gets you excited when he talks. But we haven't really seen anything come to fruition in the preseason yet. And this is where I'm getting a little bit concerned, because I think Brian Schottenheimer needs to be very careful, because he talks about how great of a communicator that he is. It seems like because it's like he's so arrogant in that mind frame of how good of a communicator. He feels like that he always has to communicate in a way to where I'm going to say all the right things. Brian's got the gift of gab. Love hearing Brian talk. But my problem is, let me tell you something that better happen. Let me tell you something that better happen for Brian Schottenheimer. Let me tell you what better happen. This team better win. Yeah, this team better win. Now, y'all already know I've been saying I think Brian's going to need about a year. I don't think people are going to give Brian a year. I think Jerry's going to give him a year and more. But I don't think the court of public opinion is going to give him a year. I'm riding with him. I think he's going to need a year because I think Brian needs to start understanding something. Brian needs to start understanding that maybe there are certain things you just don't need to say. Under promise, over deliver. Under promise, over deliver. Don't over promise. Don't over promise. Don't keep telling us things and we're not seeing things. Because, watch this. It's amazing to me how people sound now about Joe Milton. See, I can remember the Shady McCoys and the people on X always talking about Dak Prescott better not get hurt. Yeah, that sounds a whole lot different now, don't it? First, it was with your chest out. Boy, Dak better not get hurt. Now it's kind of like with your chest in. Boy, Dak better not get hurt. See, this isn't a Joe Milton issue. And y'all heard me. I've been saying this for 2 weeks. This isn't a Joe Milton issue. This is an issue of people talking Joe Milton up. Talking Joe Milton up. And now that we're seeing what Joe Milton is, everybody now is changing their tune on Joe Milton. But Brian Schottenheimer, no matter what, continues to defend Joe Milton. I haven't heard the press conference today. I'm very interested to see where does he come from with this. Because you know, this media, I told y'all, if they bill you, they can kill you. If they bill you, they can kill you. And so you was talking all this, and a lot of them, they helped build up Joe Milton. But now that they're seeing that all Joe Milton is at this point is a long ball, now they're asking the questions, and I think they should be asking these questions. Man, what's up with Joe Milton? Because maybe somebody is hinting around that maybe the Cowboys need to consider getting themselves a legitimate, and I'm not saying Will Greer isn't legitimate, but maybe you ought to be thinking about maybe we should get another back. If there's another backup quarterback out there that's better, well, why limit ourselves to these two quarterbacks? Or at least give Will Greer a doggone shot. Let us see what he is. I know y'all, because the reality is, guys, I don't care what anyone says. We already know it. We already know what Joe Milton is. Somebody tell me what one game gonna change. So somebody gonna tell me that Will Greer somebody's gonna tell me that Joe Milton is gonna come out this game, and this is going to be the game in what we know is a bona fide dress rehearsal, where all the players who are playing are all just basically bubble players. So now you're going to tell me that if Joe Milton comes out against these guys, that this the game that goes, whoa, improvement. Man, we got to stop. As much as I've said the Cowboys have done a lot of things different, this right here seems to be more of the same of what we've seen from the Cowboys in the past. They get somebody and they just like, man, we got to be right about this guy. We got to be right about this guy. And we got to give this guy every chance. Watch this. We're not giving him every chance to be good. We want to give him every chance to prove us right. Y'all do know that we don't have to cut Joe Milton. We can still keep Joe Milton. We don't have to cut Joe Milton. We just need to stop trying to make him into something that we know he's not. And I don't understand what one more game is going to do for Milton. I don't understand it. And if we really think that there's a chance that Dak could get hurt, well, doggone it. Let's not sit here and pretend that Milton is the answer. And if we don't think that Greer is the answer, then we really need to be looking at trying to make this team better. Make this team better. But again, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer, because I want to see I really want to hear, where is he going today? Because I'm telling you, I give this media credit as much as I condemn some of the things they did as far as Joe Milton goes, because they're partially responsible for hyping him up. Rocket Joe, Bazooka Joe, stop it. I've been saying this from the beginning. Stop this nonsense, man.
And then
Running around here giving this man a nickname. And let me tell you something let me tell you something about human nature that people don't understand. So we don't think Joe Milton has been listening? Y'all don't think all through OTAs, y'all don't think during training camp, y'all don't think that when people are talking about Joe Milton, the Dak Prescott replacement, y'all don't think he saw where Michael Irvin said Dak Brett not get hurt? Y'all don't think he saw and heard when the facility said Dak better, Shady McCoy is amazing. Shady McCoy said Dak Prescott need to find a realtor because of Joe Milton, because once Joe Milton comes in, or if Dak gets hurt, or if he has another year like he's had before, he better be looking for a realtor because Joe Milton is going to be here to stay. Strange to me. Shady McCoy with that raggedy take. Shady McCoy is the one that's looking for a realtor. It's strange that he looking for a realtor, huh? But again, y'all don't think Joe Milton has been hearing all this stuff? See, Joe has been listening to people hype him up too. And that's why sometimes even when I hear Joe talk about himself, I'm kind of like, is he really watching the same thing we're watching? But again, I'll talk more about this as we listen to Brian Schottenheimer, because again, I haven't heard anything he said. I want to know where he's coming from for sure, though, because his defense of Greer, shoo, he better be defending Dak on levels this year then that are astronomical. All right, let's check him out.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What progression have you seen from your team from the first preseason game to what happened over the weekend?
I tell you what, I think when I looked at this game, we went back and we looked at it. The biggest thing I would say, we didn't control the ball. Time of possession was a major problem. We shared that with them this morning. 40 minutes to 20 minutes is a big difference. So then you have to dive in even deeper. You look at the third downs and fourth downs conversions. I think Baltimore converted 50%. They were like 9 of 18. We only converted 2 of 13, 15%. But the hidden message in that is it's not just that we stink on third down or fourth down. It's that, on defense, I think 4 of their 8 or 9 conversions were third and 2 or less. And we had 7 of our 13, if I'm remembering correctly, were 7 or more, and we only converted 1 of 8. So what do I mean by that? I mean by that is that we did a poor job, playing ahead of the sticks.
Johnny James and Susan Paul, welcome to the chat. I'm coming back to something that y'all just said. I love what y'all just said. Aztec up in the crib, good to see you. The 70s fans show, good to see you in here. Brian Worley, good to see you in here. But I'm definitely coming back to what you guys just said. I love something that you just said, but let's let Shotty get done with this first answer, and then we're going to circle the block.
We need to win first and second down. I know in the passing game on defense, we gave up some easy completions, and they kind of got ahead of the sticks on us a little bit, which put them in favorable third down situations. And then our inability to kind of run the football hurt our ability to kind of play ahead of the sticks. So we just, we forced too many third downs on offense long, and that's a big part of it. That's how you look at a number, and it's that lopsided. And so the couple of things I would say is the complementary football wasn't there. It needs to be there. I think Brandon Aubrey kicked awesome in this game. All the kicks, he converted them all. His directional kicks on the kickoff were great. Shoot, the very first play of the game, he pins them back. It's a touchback, because it lands in the landing zone, and defense goes 4 and out. They give up the deep cross, and then they get them to punt, and we take the ball and then we end up making them punt again because we wanted to get a chance to see Crop return, and then we have a penalty. And then when you look at the sudden change of events, like then, we get the safety, and then, I think, we get the turnover on defense. Defense did a great job creating 2 turnovers, and, our very first play out, we throw an interception. So the sudden change that we talked about, the operation was good in terms of the mechanics of how we want to handle it and the communication, but the execution wasn't really there. So I think the biggest thing that I would say to answer your question is the consistency wasn't there. And I talked to the guys about it this morning. I said, at the end of the day, when one of your main 4 pillars that you believe in is physicality, I thought the physical nature that we played with was not good enough. It was inconsistent. Does that mean that we weren't physical at all? No. It means that there were some guys that were very physical. Princeton Fant was very, very physical. I thought James Houston was very physical. But as a football team as a whole, we weren't physical enough. And that's coaches and players and all of us together.
You have enough time to kind of...
Now, let me address something that Brian is doing. Me and Attack on Cowboys, we were talking about this morning on X, or this afternoon on X. I think Brian is being a little disingenuous. I think the Cowboys actually, this game, the Cowboys looked very good this game. When I compare this game to the last game, let me tell you what I saw. I saw the O-line play was the O-line play has already been good. It was even better this game. I saw great O-line play. The wide receivers. Go back and look at the tape on the wide receivers. Way better separation in this game than the previous game. Way better separation. The defense. Do y'all know the defense actually did look better? What happened to the defense is that they got wore out. The defense was on the field for 40 whole minutes. The defense got wore out, but the defense came out, and I'm telling you, they looked pretty good. I mean, even Booth with the interception and the pick 6 return like Deion Sanders, Booth looked a lot better. He went from BOOF to BOOTH. Booth played better. Everything looked better except for one thing, and that's why the score was lopsided. That's why we couldn't continue the drives. That's why we couldn't evaluate the wide receivers. All of this is because the one player that we saw regress was Joe Milton. Joe regressed. I'm going to give Brian credit. You know what else Brian did that we got to give him credit for? Brian actually tried to cater a game plan towards Joe Milton. Now, y'all might not remember, but the first game, when they came out and threw it 6 straight times, I was doing commentary on that game while we were watching. And one of the things that I said was, the way you settle down a quarterback is how you run the ball. What did Brian come out and do? Brian came out, I think it was the first 2 plays, he ran, the third one he threw. But whatever the case was, he came out, he tried to establish the run. I said the second thing you do, what do? You get him on the move. You get him on the move, you get him on some rollouts, you move the pocket, you get him on some bootlegs, you do whatever you have to do. Brian Schottenheimer did that. I said another thing, you get him some easy throws, some easy completions. I said all this during that first game. Get him some screens. Get him some little underneath stuff, some check downs. You get his short game going. And then when you get his short game going, what do? Then you unleash Joe Milton's arm on the Baltimore Ravens. Brian Schottenheimer did all of that. You know what the problem was? Joe couldn't even hit the short stuff. Joe couldn't even hit the short stuff. Joe couldn't hit the easy stuff. Joe couldn't make the easy reads. Joe just left so much out there on the field with the wide receivers. Man, let me tell you something. People keep talking about, developmental. The Cowboys want to see more Joe Milton. Ask the wide receivers. Ask the wide receivers what they want to see. I just wonder if you gave them a blind test, what would they want to see? Because if I'm out there on the field and the only thing you complete is 9 passes, you complete 9 passes. How are you evaluating anybody? And so now, Brian Schottenheimer is sitting in this chair. And when they're asking him about the progression of the team, the progress of the team, when they're asking him, and is they going to continue to press him about what happened this past Saturday, and as they continue to press him, I get what you're doing, Brian. You're trying to create the mentality of this is a team loss. It's a team loss. I get what you're doing, Brian. You're saying it's the coaches, it's the players, it's the execution. No, Brian. No. No, it was Joe Milton. Yeah, it's preseason. But Brian said in his last press conference, we got to stop saying it's only preseason now. Yeah, I said that in the first game. And then people go, oh, you're overreacting. No, we're reacting. Overreacting is saying I'm done with Brian Schottenheimer. Overreacting is saying the season is done. No, we're reacting to what we're seeing. And what we're reacting to is the media members who failed Joe Milton. The media members who hyped this man up. The media members who give this man a nickname. The media members who kept on every opportunity they got. Oh, we got to post a video of Joe Milton. The media members, ooh, I can't wait to see Joe Milton in training camp and see him in the preseason. The preseason, I even saw people saying the preseason is going to be exciting because of Joe Milton. It's been a dud. It's been a dud. It's been an absolute dud. Because Joe Milton, I got news for y'all. Trey Lance looked better in the preseason last year. Trey Lance looked better. Period. Trey Lance looked better. And we did try to re-sign Trey Lance. But it makes me wonder what they try to hit Trey Lance with, man. Brian Schottenheimer actually gave an excuse. And this is why I say, I love Brian Schottenheimer. I just think Brian Schottenheimer has not been a head coach before. He's got to learn this game. You got to learn this game, Brian. You got to learn the game, bro, that whatever you saying up here in these press conferences, all this stuff you saying, boy, you better understand something. Man, these people are going to be out for blood on you, bro. They're going to be out for blood on you. And every time you say something and something goes in the opposite direction of what you say, they calling you on it. They're calling you on it. And before you know it, they're going to start taking score on you. And they're going to start piling up on every time you said this, and this, and this, and it didn't happen. I'm just telling us, I'm not overreacting because the reason why I don't think the season is over, these have been the backups. Some of them have been the starters. But I do believe our starting lineup is going to be stellar as long as they stay healthy. As long as they stay healthy, we're good. Offensively and defensively. These guys that are backing up, though, I think they do need a little bit more. Let me read some super chats, and then I'm going to come to some of my favorite comments y'all have made so far. Jamalism, what's going on? Appreciate that $9.99 super chat. Yep. Jamalism, I made the same point in a video. Let me put up what Jamalism said. I said the same thing in the video. The media is to blame. Lance and Milton are not producing due to the media always calling for Dak's job, putting extra pressure on Lance and Milton. They don't have to worry about this elsewhere. See, I talked about this. It's the media that hyped up Joe Milton. It's the media. All these people who were saying Dak Prescott better watch out. You hate Dak that much? That you're telling me that a quarterback, a 24, 25-year-old quarterback, who was drafted in what, the 6th round? 5th or the 6th round, had less starts than Trey Lance, got beat for the starting job is one of the reasons why he was a 6-year college quarterback. The New England Patriots gave him away. The Cowboys were the only suckers that were willing to give up a 5th-round pick. You telling me that you're going to hype this quarterback up that much? That the media hyped this guy up that much? You're telling me he's better than Dak Prescott? 2023 MVP runner-up, 3 years in a row, a part of 12-win seasons. I mean, almost 5,000 yards per season. Top 5 in every metric. And we brought Joe Milton to town the same way we brought Trey Lance. We rolled out the red carpet, paraded him all up and down through the facility. Everybody's singing his praises. And now that we've seen him, now everybody's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. We got to stop this stuff. This, and that. Appreciate you. Appreciate that super chat. He says Sloopy Joe. We even had people telling us that, this dude, New England made a mistake. No, New England didn't make a mistake. But let me read these favorites. I wanted to capitalize on Johnny James. Johnny James said, we know this is all about Dak. They want Dak out so bad they're willing to destroy the team. Facts. And I don't know if so much the team is, but I can tell you this. There's a lot of people out there that hate Dak Prescott. Now, media members included. They hate Dak Prescott. And anytime you bring in another quarterback, they're so ready for that quarterback to take Dak Prescott's spot. It's crazy. Susan Paul said, what up, G, in the chat? The only reason they are starting Joe Milton is they are praying he will have a good game. That way it justifies jumping the gun and making him quarterback too. Said the same thing today. I said the same thing today. The Cowboys just have to justify this. They have to justify and say, no, y'all don't understand. We're seeing, no, Jerry. See, your open practices, your open training camps are actually letting us see what you can't even tell us that we're not seeing it because you have so many open training camps. You can't tell us what we're not seeing. You can't tell us that no, y'all don't understand. We're seeing something that y'all are not. No, we're seeing it. We watched them in training camp. And then we watched them in 2 preseason games, and they haven't translated. I saw somebody say something on X that I thought was very powerful. They said it is very strange that they said that Joe Milton was lighting up our players at practice. So what does that say about our defense? But I'm going to tell you what it says. Brian Broaddus and some of these guys were talking one Saturday, and I think they said the truth. They said you could put together a highlight reel if people just show you the good stuff on Joe Milton. You could create a highlight reel. But somebody else that was there in the discussion said, yeah, but you can also look at the number of bad plays and you could create a blooper reel on how bad he is. And again, for me, this isn't about so much Joe Milton because I kind of believe I already knew what he was. I just didn't think Mike Vrabel would be that dumb. The same coach that drafted Malik, I think his name was Malik Davis, when he was with the Titans. I don't believe for a second that Vrabel would have been trying to save Drake May's feelings, who he has no connection with. And I'm sure Robert Kraft is giving Vrabel carte blanche to do what he wants to do pretty much. There's no way he's going to give up a quarterback that, like Joe Milton, if Joe Milton is really all that in a bag of chips, man, he ain't giving up Joe Milton. People are crazy to think that a new coaching staff would give up a young quarterback. He's not young by rookie standards, but he's still young. 25, going to be 26 next year. Why would you give him up? Because he's pushing the starter? Poor people do not know what they be saying. They do not know what they say sometimes. Susan said, I understand what happened with the Patriots. Egos might have gotten in the way, and Vrabel wasn't having it. Susan, you said a mouthful again. Listening to Joe Milton, there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. A fine line between confidence and bragging. It's bragging, and I'm going to use the Muhammad Ali definition. It's bragging when you're saying it, but we're not seeing it. It's confidence when you're saying it and we're seeing it, because it's the truth. It's the truth when you're saying it and we're seeing it. This is one of the reasons why I love Deion Sanders, because Deion was one of those guys, man. Deion was he's very cocky and confident. But when you saw him play, you would go, okay, I totally understand why. Michael Jordan, very confident and cocky. You watch him play, you go, I understand why. Nobody has to tell this man he's the best basketball player in the world. He knows he's the best basketball player in the world because not only does he play like the best basketball player in the world, but he works at being the best basketball player in the world. So there's a difference between the truth and confidence and bragging and not proving. And this is where Brian is in a headlock, because Brian keeps trying to tell us something that we're not seeing. And he keeps, we want to see what he is. Brian, you've had 2 games, bro. Just because you start Will Grier does not mean you're giving up on. Why does anybody think that would be giving up on Joe Milton? Why? No, you're helping Joe Milton understand something. Joe, this is a meritocracy. We're giving you 2 games. And it's not that you're not, it's not that we're giving up on you. We want to give Will Grier a shot. Maybe you watch Will Grier execute the game plan. Let you watch him execute the game plan, maybe for the first half. Let you watch him for the first half, and then you'll start the second half. What's wrong with giving Will Grier a half? I don't understand it. What's wrong with giving Will Grier a half? I don't understand it. I don't. Jamalism, I appreciate you. He said, love your content. I love the fact that you're a man of God like me. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Jamalism. Appreciate you, my brother. Timothy Govan in the crib. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Okay, this is a pretty long interview by Brian. I want to hear what else he has to say.
Fix that before Philadelphia?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be another great week of practice. We got a couple fun days of practice, and there'll be padded practices in front of the fans and indoors and all that stuff. But, again, I think very, very clearly, I said to the guys, we don't look at this at, hey, look, this is just a preseason game. It doesn't matter. I've never said that. I would never say that. It does matter. Every time we get a chance to go out and compete, you compete to win. But at the end of the day, we are trying things. And
Hold on. Now, y'all remember when people were mad when I was saying this is not just the preseason? But I'm going to tell you something else. Brian Schottenheimer told Jesse Holley in an interview, don't put too much stock in the preseason. Which one is it? No, it matters. See, you don't make statements. Don't make any of those types of statements. This matters. Preseason matters. Don't tell these guys who are trying to make this team preseason don't matter. For fans who even say the preseason don't matter. Do you not realize these men are out here playing for their doggone life? How are we going to say that it doesn't matter when it does matter to these players? And I told y'all this on Saturday when we were watching the game. Stop thinking that these guys are saying, oh, man, it's preseason 31-13. No, they're out there saying, man, it's 31-13 because somebody couldn't get the ball to us. Somebody couldn't execute the offense. Somebody's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I need to put some tape. I need to put together some tape for other teams. To say that these games don't matter is crazy to me. And I'm glad that now, Brian, yeah, you should have been, yeah. Yes, this is the preseason, it all matters. Just because we're not going to show our game plans, just because we're not going to do this, that, or the other, because we're simplifying everything, That means that we are expecting execution. If you get beat 31-13 and you're executing, and that other team is out there just really playing that doggone good, man, I can live with that. I can live with 31-13 if Joe Milton is 19 of 24. 19 of 24, 150 yards passing, maybe 20 or 30 yards rushing the ball. I don't care if he's got one interception and one touchdown. I can live with stuff like that a little bit better. But when we're just watching a pure lack of execution, I'm struggling. I'm struggling because other people are affected by it. I'm struggling. Hallelujah said, gee, are we not contradictory furthering the narrative we claim to hate about Milton before we saw him take a snap as the Cowboys by continuing to talk about him as if we didn't know he wasn't good? Well, the issue is we're not being contradictory again, hallelujah, because we're reacting. Because it's Brian. I've said this 2 interviews ago. Why does Brian keep doing it? Brian could kill this hallelujah, but he don't want to kill it. He could have killed it, because it's amazing to me that everybody is saying what Brian isn't saying. Everybody's saying he's a developmental quarterback. Brian is fighting everything in him to say he's a developmental quarterback. He's fighting every bone in his body to say it's not Joe's fault. It's just his footwork. It's just this. That could have been a catch. He should have caught it. He's doing everything he can do. So we're just reacting to what he's doing. Brian could kill this. He don't want to kill it. Me and Susan Paul, formerly Sexy Suze, me and Susan Paul were saying this a while back. Susan Paul was saying weeks ago, Brian shouldn't be talking up Joe Milton the way that he is. She said this weeks ago. I said this weeks ago. I did a video on this weeks ago. But they talked him up. They talked him up and talked him up and talked him up. And now you done wrote them checks and now you got to cash them and you can't cash them. We're talking preseason and you can't cash them. Sean Springer said Joe doesn't have it between the ears. And you know, that doesn't mean he's not smart, Sean Springer. I want to make sure everybody know what you're saying. Doesn't mean that Joe Milton isn't a smart young man, because he is. I'm positive he's a smart young man, because you can't play quarterback on, boy, it's hard to play quarterback and not have a good, be smart. But I do think the issue is not everybody can play quarterback. I don't care how, you know what? There are some guys that, man, I bet you everybody who's ever played football have known guys who can chunk a ball a mile. And they didn't play quarterback. They could chunk a ball a mile. But if you put them out there with sandlot football, no plays, they'll rip everybody up. You put them out there with plays in a game plan, reading plays and knowing where everybody is and knowing what everybody's supposed to do, they can't do it. Quarterback is not about, let me tell you something. Athleticism for a quarterback is really extra. We've seen too many quarterbacks who are not athletic to win multiple championships. It doesn't mean the kind like Steve Young are not good, because Steve Young was a very athletic quarterback and he won Super Bowls. But understand this, Steve Young could not only run the ball, but he could play quarterback. Not everybody can play quarterback. At the same time, we had Troy Aikman here. Roger Staubach, very athletic quarterback. Troy Aikman, not so much. But Troy Aikman had it between the ears. Troy Aikman could play quarterback. Tom Brady could play quarterback, not athletic. I'm telling you, man, these attributes sometimes that we're looking for, it's stupid. It don't make sense. And I think some of this stuff with Joe Milton, y'all ready for this? I'm going to tell you something that might not blow some of your minds. But let me tell you about Jerry Jones. Don't let Jerry Jones fool you. You know what Jerry Jones likes? Jerry Jones has watched Jalen Hurts run the ball. Jerry likes the way Jalen Hurts runs the ball. Jerry liked the way Dak used to run the ball before he got his ankle twisted. Jerry likes that kind of, you can tell Jerry's been watching other quarterbacks. And Jerry is wanting, you can just kind of see Jerry's trying to go down the road of, he wants one of those 6'4", 6'5" quarterbacks with a cannon for an arm and can run the ball, extend plays, and creates all of that excitement because of the things that he can do and improvise with. Jerry likes this stuff. And Jerry is hoping that Joe Milton is going to be that. And I think that's why he got Trey Lance. Anybody notice? Trey Lance and Joe Milton have similar attributes. What is Trey Lance? What, 6'4"? 6'4", somewhere, what is he, 230, 240, whatever Trey Lance is? Trey Lance, big arm. He never said he could throw it 85 yards, but Trey Lance, big arm. No touch. No touch. And if you tell me he has no touch, I'm just telling you something. Touch is not something you can necessarily teach. It's hard to teach stuff like that, man. I'm just telling y'all. You can't teach speed. You can't teach. There's certain things, man, you just can't teach. I mean, you either got it or you don't. And you can't teach touch. How long will it take him to get a touch? You don't wake up tomorrow and have a touch. That comes from, and it's not going to be in the preseason, y'all. Three preseason games ain't going to do this for him. Joe Milton, they need to get him a quarterback coach. And that's all you work on this next off season. Stop throwing it 85 yards, Joe. All we're going to work on is 5 yards. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15. We'll work some of your long throws in too, but you got that naturally. You got that. We don't have to teach that. We got to teach you how to throw touch passes. And I'm telling you something, that comes with a feel. That's a feel more than anything. Rock Soldier, I agree with you. He ain't worried because he got Dak. And that's why I'm not worried, because I think Brian is banking on our first team. Brian knows what he has on the first team. He's banking on it. He's banking on the first team, and that first team staying relatively healthy, and they're not going to have to worry about anything. USMC, good to see you in the house. Appreciate that super chat. USMC says, I've been thinking, I honestly think they should have got a quarterback in the draft. They could have got Will Howard, and I'm thinking maybe trade for Sanders. USMC, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a hard time believing that if Jerry Jones would have knew Shedeur Sanders was going to go in the 5th round, boy, do y'all remember when Jerry wanted Paxton Lynch? Jerry wanted Paxton Lynch bad, man. If they wouldn't have had a draft card and Jerry said they stuck to it, I'm telling you, if they'd have knew Shedeur Sanders was going to go in the 5th round, I got a feeling the Cowboys would have took Shedeur Sanders. I have a feeling Jerry would have took him. I think the only reason why Jerry didn't take him, they had already got Joe Milton and they already had their draft board together. But if anybody would have been projecting Shedeur as a 5th round draft pick, I think the Cowboys would have got him. But again, Brian is attributing some of this stuff to the team, and I get what he's doing. But I still say he's over defending Joe Milton, because this is where this media is, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see what's going on with this Cowboys preseason.
We are not showing things, and we are in the evaluation business. We're trying to evaluate players doing scheme, simple scheme. But when we go to compete, we want to compete to win.
Can you give a Clarence Hill DLLS Cowboys?
Thank you for clarifying. I wasn't sure
You were-
who I was speaking to. I wasn't. Thank you for saying that.
I'm trying to follow Tad's rules.
Okay, that's good.
Hold on, let me read what Tillis 214. Welcome to the tell it like it is. What's going on? Tell it like it is. You done changed up your name. Tell it like it is. What's going on? He about to tell it like it is. He said, I had to tell the collective to calm down. He said, I asked him, what has Joe Milton done to warrant this type of coverage? Facts. Nobody wanted to listen. Well, Sky said he just want a decent backup if Dak go down. So, this is where I am with this too, tell it like it is. You know what he did? You know what he did, tell it like it is? The Cowboys got him. That's the only thing he did. Anybody who been on this channel know I made a video about it and I told everybody, man, that doggone Buffalo Bills game was fool's gold. And I couldn't even understand how people who watch football, know football, were actually giving that doggone Buffalo Bills game any credit. Man, that thing was a joke. Man, them dudes were on a bye week trying not to get hurt. The big Rombowski said, great way to plant seeds towards losing the locker room as a rookie head coach is throwing the offense under the bus over a meaningless preseason game to pretty your backup quarterbacks. Let me read the rest of that. Yeah, because I agree with you. To protect your backup quarterback's feelings. Straight up facts. It seems to me that this is exactly what he's doing. It's like he's trying to protect Joe Milton's feelings. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
Can you give us an update on Jonathan Mingo? I know you had the MRI yesterday. How long was he out? What's the injury?
Yeah, again, I think, we really have a few more tests that we have to run. We're not really sure yet. I don't think it's going to be terribly serious, but I think we got to get through a few more tests just to make sure. But wow, what a great catch. It was so great to see him, Clarence step up and make that big play down the boundary on 3rd and long. That was one of the 3rd downs that we did convert. But we need to do a little bit more testing to figure that out.
And I know it's not just the preseason, but also the starters aren't playing. You don't have Dak out there and some of the frontline guys, but it's still a reflection of what you've done. And how do you balance how you prepare the team again? How do you balance not being physical enough and not running the ball with pillars that you wanted to do and you've talked about doing, even though Javonte Williams and Dak and some of the guys aren't there? Yeah.
Well, I think you pointed out to the guys. You pointed out to the guys and you say, look, I mean, Cooper Beebe played some snaps. Tyler Booker played some snaps. We should have run the ball better in that game, and we didn't. And that falls on all of us. It falls on me as the play caller. It falls on the offensive staff. We did some things that were better. We challenged the guys last week to tackle better, and I thought we tackled really, really well. We called hamstring tackle. We talk about knocking guys back and creating a cup and running your feet through 3 yards of contact. We did that better. My big belief is whether you win, you lose, when you compete, you have to point out. So we do a thing, good, better, how, and the process never changes. Whether you win, whether you lose.
ChatGPT, what's a future-proof?
The process doesn't change. And so today I stood up there and I talked about the things we did well, which there was a number of those things. Talked about the things that we need to do better. There was probably a few more of those that we needed to get cleaned up, and then how we're going to do it. And what we said is we're going to have 2 days of very physical practices, and also at the same time, we're going to do a little bit more 1st and 2nd down work, because I think really that's kind of where the game got away from us. Clarence, when you look at it, was, we got soft in the D gap in some of our run fits, and then offense, again, the lack of completions and running the football effectively put us behind the sticks.
Okay. So let me help us to understand where this is actually crazy. Do y'all know why this is actually crazy? This is all about Joe Milton. Tell me anything you want to. Guys, this is all about Joe Milton. You're talking about things like you're going to work more on first and second down. These aren't the starters. We didn't get to see the starters run out there and stall on first and second down. We didn't get to see the starters go out there and couldn't run the ball. We didn't get to see the starters doing this. We're talking about Joe Milton is what we're talking about. That we want to put together some things to make Joe Milton look better in the grand scheme of things. Because I disagree with Brian about the run game. I disagree. We didn't converge. We didn't convert hardly anything when it came to passing. We didn't convert anything. So if you're not going to convert anything when it comes to passing, you got to explain to me, because y'all already know, it's not like we got a power run game. It's not like we got a power run game. And especially when we're talking about the second team. We just didn't convert enough plays in the passing game to even get ourselves into any kind of rhythm to see what we could do with the run game. Man, you got to get first downs. Get some first downs. Run the ball again. Run the ball more. Try some different things with the run. We didn't even get an opportunity to do that. I disagree with this whole thing with we could have ran. Yeah, you could have ran the ball better. Yeah, but we already know what kind of team we are right now. We're just going to have to face the facts. I hope I'm not breaking news for anybody. Even with our starting offense, it's our passing game that's going to set up our run game. Our run game is not setting up our pass game. I hope that's not news to us. I hope that's not news to anybody. We're loaded on offense. Our offense predicates that our passing game probably needs to be what we lean into. Lean into our passing game. Take these people out of single high safeties. Make them run the type of defenses. Make them run the defenses to where we can run. Yeah, we're going to be able to dictate because of our outside power. Our wide receivers, they're so good that they're going to make teams give us looks to where we can run. So really the only thing we're talking about in this discussion, if we're really paying attention, the only thing we're really talking about in this discussion is how do we make Joe Milton look better? This is not first team stuff we're talking about. I'm just telling us. Honestly, what I'm hoping and praying for, I'm hoping and praying that our offense hits the ground running because we've seen him in training camp. Hadn't seen nothing on the field. And the way we're opening up our first 4 games, boy, you want to talk about going to have to be good in a hurry. Shoot, boy, you want to talk about got to be good in a hurry. Man, you playing Green Bay. You playing Green Bay and Philly within the first 4 games. Shoot, boy, you want to talk about got to hit the ground running. Man, I'm cool with what we're trying to do with these number 2s, but doggone it, man. We didn't even give our starters Booker and BB, but I mean, we didn't even give our starters at least 1 series. Man, I don't care if we got out there and said, Dak ain't going to throw 1 pass. We're going to hand the ball off 3 straight times. I'd like to see that. I don't care. I'd like to see it. Hey, 3 straight runs. Let's see if we can get a first down. Okay, let's get 1 more drive. Two straight runs. 2 straight runs and a quick slant. Something. Just get those guys on the field to get some continuity. We better hit the ground running. But all this stuff that he's talking about right now, of what they're trying to see, I got it. We're doing all this for Joe Milton. I got it. I got exactly what we're doing. We're doing all this for Joe Milton. USMC said, what's sad is you have receivers trying to play for a job and you got a guy that can hit the ground if he can hit the ground if he dropped the ball. Woo, man. Couldn't hit the ground if he dropped the ball. Boy, that's a crazy. Hey, that's a hard saying. It's true. All this stuff we've been saying. This is Joe Milton stuff we're talking about. Why are we working so hard? Somebody made this point today, and I agree with it. Why are we working so hard to develop Joe Milton in 3 preseason games? You can't develop Joe Milton in 3 preseason. Guys, I'm sorry. You can't develop Joe Milton in 3 preseason games. Hallelujah. I agree. You say I disagree. You said they want him to get better in case he has to back up Dak. No. Hallelujah. We got to face the facts. He shouldn't be backing up Dak. Joe Milton, hallelujah. We gotta accept the fact he doesn't deserve to back up Dak Prescott. And this is why I say this is contradictory language that we keep using about Joe Milton. Hallelujah. With all due respect, it's contradictory to not let him compete for the. So you're telling me you don't want to see who's the best out of him and Will Grier? That you're basically saying that we're going to let him play himself out of the second quarterback position because we already know what Will Grier is. We don't want to see Joe win the job. We want to give Joe the opportunity to lose the job. Where does that make sense? Where does that make sense? Anybody, where does that make sense? There is no way that there's something that we're going to do in the third game that even could justify Joe Milton being the backup quarterback at this point. There's nothing. I don't care what anyone says. There's nothing Joe Milton can do in this third game that should make Brian Schottenheimer come out of that press conference saying Joe Milton is the backup quarterback because of what he did in the third game. We know what he's playing against in the third game. These will be bubble guys in this third game. Come on, man. We playing Ben DiNucci in the third game. I mean, this is like we're playing like the quarterback. We're going on the quarterback revenge tour with the Cowboys. First Cooper Rush, now we're gonna play Ben DiNucci. Not buying it. Not buying it. Respectfully, I'm not buying it. There is nothing that we can do to develop this man in this game. I don't understand. What are we wanting to see in this game? Okay, you want to see progress because we saw regress in the second one. So now with the bubble guys, we want to see progress. But what is that telling you against the competition, number one? We've already seen him against the Rams. Wasn't good. Saw him against the Ravens. He was worse. Now the bubble guys. So what if he comes out and throw 4 touchdowns? We say, Will Grier, he won the job. Will Grier, he won the job because he played well in the third when he stunk it up in the first 2. I'm just telling y'all like it is for me. I'm struggling with this, and maybe my mind is warped. I'm struggling with this. I'm even struggling with a quarterback that would agree to come to Dallas and say, I'm willing to not take no reps while y'all give Will Grier all the reps, and I'm good with not competing. That's a championship level team. Bro, I'm struggling with that. Bro, I'm struggling with that because you're basically saying that I am what I am, a third string quarterback. I'm cool with being the third string quarterback without competing? Boy, I'm struggling with that type of stuff. I'm struggling. Man, it's amazing how we change our tune. We want dogs on this team. We want dogs. We want killer mentality. We want this, we want this. And we cool with this? I'm struggling. I don't even know how you have a conversation with a guy this young especially. I don't even know how you had this conversation. Bro, I'm sorry. I got to go to a team where I can compete. That's just how I feel about it. I got to go to a team where I can compete. Kennard, what's going on? Appreciate you. Appreciate that super chat. Man, Tyler Huntley has been playing pretty good, too. Tyler Huntley been playing pretty good. Kennard said, I'd grab someone like Tyler Huntley from Cleveland to back up a year. Cheap. We are not looking good at all. Let me tell you something. Tyler Huntley, boy, do y'all know Tyler Huntley was one bad play call away from doing something that Lamar Jackson had not done in Baltimore? If this is the same Tyler Huntley I'm thinking about that used to be the backup in Baltimore, do y'all realize this man was one bad play away from taking the Baltimore Ravens? Was that the wild card game or was it the divisional game? This dude was one game away from advancing the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs. Somebody called one of the stupidest plays you ever seen in your life. They down there at the goal line call a stupid play. This dude, Tyler Huntley, was one game away from doing something that Lamar Jackson couldn't do. I'm telling you. I'm just telling us. James said, Case Keenum. I'm with you too. Tell it like it is. I'm tired of backup quarterback in Dallas. Nobody does this. He says Burrow backup should have been the starter by the logic of our fans. Man, we shouldn't even. We give this guy. We've given this guys all this talking points, and the reason is the media hyped him up. Do I not say it all the time? If they bill you, they can kill you. When they name you Bazooka Joe, when they name you Rocket Arm Joe, when they get to give you all these nicknames, and then when you don't do good, guess who the first one's tearing you down? The same ones that built you up.
When you want to do 2 days of physical practices, obviously in here on the turf, you've been outside. How does that being on the turf impact your plan of being physical? And I know the guys are older.
Clarence is asking a good question there.
Two major injuries come out when they came back from camp on turf the last couple of years.
Yeah, again, you're aware of it. It's part of the game. Obviously, you'd never want to think that way, but we have work to get done. We know that. We've pointed that out. Our players know that. And again, if we were worried about injuries, you could worry about that every day. And so, again, let's go have some competitive practices. Let's fly around a little bit. Let's get better and hopefully play better against Atlanta.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. Now that you guys are back here, has anything changed on Micah's status, if he will practice or if he'll do more than what he did out in Oxnard?
Yeah, again, I don't expect there to be many changes. We'll see. Again, it was good to have all the guys back. I think what we're excited about, Todd, is get back into the routine. I know I'm excited to be back here. A little bit more of a routine. I kind of know where everything is. It's comfortable, and I think the biggest thing is just we've got a couple days to figure out this routine as we're getting back into it. We'll still be a little bit in training camp mode. Schedule's adjusted a little bit, the next 2 days because of the night practices. But as far as Mike is concerned, I don't think there'll be many changes.
And then you talked about it's an evaluation period and the 7-iron stuff. If you don't take the driver out on the range, how do you know if you're going to hit the driver well in the course?
Well, you have to evaluate how you do in some of your practice rounds, and you look at the practices we've had against the defense, and I think we've got all of the off-season program to look at, OTAs. You've got all of the training camp practices to look at, and again, it's a philosophy, and you can agree or disagree with it. I saw the Giants the other night, and they were running all kinds of different things, and that's great. Good for them. That's what they believe in. Dave's a hell of a coach, but, that's their philosophy. Our philosophy is let's see these guys compete. Let's see these guys do simple better. And we haven't done it well enough, and that's okay. And I'll stand up here and own that. I've never said that, oh, yeah, we're in a great spot, but I'm also not concerned. We're going through the process, and we're competing every day, and we've got a chance to do that a couple more times before we have to make some really difficult decisions.
If you get stuck on a melody, or if you just feel like you can't get a song started, Output's co-producer is very dope. They make it much easier for us to either get inspiration or to help us when we just...
Kevin Schroeder with The Athletic. Do you have any update on Jaden Blue and if he'll be able to do anything this week?
Yeah, trending positively. Again, we'll see how he does today and tomorrow, but hopeful that he can get out there and play. But again, I'll get some more updates to see how they did this morning with some of the workouts and stuff that they were doing. But I'm optimistic and hopeful that he plays.
And then having 4 weeks out in California, 2 preseason games now, when you look at defensive tackle, just what are your views on what you guys have in that position?
Yeah, again, I think, the one guy I want to speak about that played, I thought, really, really well in the game was Jay. You talk about, draft pick UCLA. He's figuring out the attack front. He's a large man that played really, really well. Again, we're getting a good evaluation. I thought, Ernest Brown played really, really well. In general, I think that's a spot that we're always going to be mindful of. When you play simple fronts and teams know you're going to line up in a simple front, you're going to have to play much more disciplined in your fits. And I do think our run fits from the linebackers this game were better. And so I think that did help us hold up a little bit and build the wall, per se, against the run. But overall, I thought a couple young guys really stepped up in the defensive tackle room. And, of course, Osa and Saleh and those guys aren't playing right now.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. We just got done talking to Tyler Guyton. I know there's no timeline, but how would you say he's progressed so far?
Doing great. I think he feels great. I think he's excited. I think he's confident about his ability to continue to make big strides. And whatever we are, 17 days or whatever from opening day, I think, he's going to attack each day. And but I'm proud of him, because he's a young player dealing with something that, there's different timetables that you think, okay, it might be this, it might be that, but he's beating every mark so far. So that's a great sign.
And then ahead of these decisions you have to make next week, when it comes to roster numbers, do you have a specific philosophy you try to stick to as far as, like, for example, we want to carry 6 receivers, or is it more so a year-by-year basis?
No, it's definitely year by year. I mean, you've got general numbers, when you're looking at things. Okay, is it 5? Is it 6 receivers? Is it 5 linebackers? How many defensive linemen combined, defensive ends, D tackles? Those conversations have really been ongoing throughout the entire training camp process. We talked a little bit yesterday about it with ownership, Jerry, Steven, myself, Will. The coordinators, but again, it's too early to tell because there's going to be some guys that in this game show that they deserve a spot on this team, and then you have to find a way to make that happen. And there's always injuries that play themselves into it as well, but it's a fluid thing for sure.
And kind of a follow-up to that, you kind of answered it, but when you're going into that decision on next Tuesday, do you have the numbers ahead of time, or is that part of the conversation too? Does that mean
you've got projections of where you think you're going to be? I mean, I obviously won't share it with you guys, but we have the projection of what we think it's going to be, but it certainly can move, and you have to be ready to pivot if it does change or adjust based on this week's practices and or the game against Atlanta.
Hey, Coach Patrick, DallasCowboys.com. Quick question for both sides of the ball. Tyler Booker makes his preseason debut for you guys, did well in run protection. You guys ran the play behind him several times. Didn't allow any quarterback pressures. Just talk about what you saw from the rookie in his first outing.
Yeah, thought he did really well. Plays with length, plays with power. Really good communicator with what he sees when he comes off the field, Patrick, based on adjustments and different fronts and things that they were playing. But the biggest thing I would say is we weren't surprised with the run blocking, but some of the pass protection, his hand usage and his length was very exciting. And he's a guy that, he gives you everything he's got every day in and out of practice. And it was good to see him in there moving around and doing some great things.
On the other side of that spectrum, Mozzie Smith said something very interesting. He took very high accountability in saying that he needs to do, quote unquote, something through the remainder of the preseason and going into the season. Where, as a coach, do you attack that as far as coaching him up through the mental aspect of it and as a mentor trying to help him physically get to where he needs to get?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a great point. And I love our players taking accountability. I mean, if they learn one thing from the way we lead as coaches is we should take accountability. I mean, Clayton stood up in front of the offense today and talked about one of the runs we had. We should have had a kill critique on there. We didn't, and that falls on us as a coaching staff, and Clayton, took that. But there's a run, first run of the game actually, where Miles Sanders said, hey, that's my bad. I need to press that hole to help BB out. But getting back to your question, I love that Mozzie's saying that. Mozzie did some good things. He did. There was a play I showed to the group today where it was a gap scheme, and Patrick, he kind of shot up the field, played attack front, and kind of fish hooked the defense, the center blocking back, and then T-Wheat looped around. It's the consistency thing. What I've learned in my time is, when you're a first-round draft pick or you're a high-paid free agent, there's pressure and things that comes with that. And not that Mozzie feels that pressure, but Mozzie wants to do great, and Mozzie wants to be a great player, and Mozzie can. But
no, I think that's a great point that Brian Schottenheimer is making right there. That is an absolutely great point. I think that's one of the things too with Mozzie. I think a lot of pressure. I think Brian is saying that Mozzie isn't feeling that pressure. Nah, he feeling that pressure. Nah, Mozzie feeling that pressure. He feeling that pressure, and he feeling it hard. You're a first-round draft pick. I don't care what anyone says. You're a first-round draft pick. Man, you're expected to perform. Period. End of story. I know fans like to make excuses and all. No. That player themselves feel like they must perform. You don't come in as a first-round draft pick and people say, oh, it takes time, 2 or 3 years. Man, you ain't trying to give yourself that excuse. You're not trying to say, yeah, man, I need to, it takes about 3 years for a defensive tackle to pop. Ain't nobody trying to hear that from you. You're not even trying to say that to yourself. You're a first-round draft pick. You expect to come out there and dominate. You do. And you don't get to tell people. You let other people say it. But you don't get to tell people. Yeah, man, this is my third different system. My weight been up and down. Blah. You don't tell people stuff like that. And he's not telling people stuff like that. But I do disagree with Brian. Brian knows, as Brian is explaining, he's saying one thing, but he's saying that Mozzie ain't feeling it. Yes, he is. One thing that these players do, Dak Prescott taught me this. They go on social media. Trayvon Diggs taught us this last year. Right after a game, gets into it with a reporter because the reporter posted something right after a game that Trayvon Diggs thought he balled in. Trayvon Diggs wasn't even out of his uniform in there on his phone. Nah, man. No, Milton is feeling, not Milton. Mozzie is feeling some of that pressure. He absolutely is. Let me read a couple of comments before I get back over here. Yeah, Ken Hart reminded me that is the same Tyler Huntley. Man, Tyler Huntley can play. This league not only gives up on quarterbacks too quick, it gives up on good quarterbacks too. Too quick. Tyler Huntley, to me, that year that Lamar Jackson was hurt, shoot, man, Huntley played good. You would have think that Huntley would have played himself into a chance to compete on the team. It just don't work like that in this league. Just don't work like that. Once they done with you, they're done with you. The Cowboys are one of the very few teams, y'all might not realize this. The Cowboys are one of very few teams. And I can't even think of any other team that does this. Now, y'all remind me in the chat, my memory needs to be jogged sometimes. But when you start talking about playing around with potential starting quarterbacks and stuff like that, the Cowboys are the only one that I know that does this stuff. Try to bring in these third chance quarterbacks and try to make them into these big time quarterbacks. When you see other teams and this stuff happens on these other teams, that player will wind up on the team on someone else's. Let's say they wind up on a team. Well, what typically happens is that quarterback gets hurt and then that guy gets to start. And then we go, okay, wow, he's actually pretty good. That's kind of what happens. But man, this stuff with like Trey Lance, we took Trey Lance at a time when nobody was checking for Trey Lance, especially what Dallas gave for him. Now we got Joe Milton. Nobody was checking for Joe Milton, especially for what we gave for him. So, we're one of the only people to kind of do stuff like this. Skeptical fan said, if you play Milton as your quarterback, you're not going to get better. You know what? I just think they're not worried about it because I think they believe that their starters are great. And I think the starters are great too. And I really think this is where Brian is. I really think somebody commented earlier, and I absolutely agree. I just believe that Brian is at a point to where I'm not really worried. Our starters are going to be fantastic. I think that's where he is. I do. I think that's where he is. Because all the stuff all the stuff he's talking, this is really about the backups. I mean, I could see if we would have had a series or two against the Baltimore Ravens and Dak and these guys couldn't move the ball. But we're talking about Joe Milton. And that's why the talk about Joe Milton is kind of contradictory to me, because people say, yeah, he's a developmental quarterback. But Brian seems to be trying to prove that he's not a developmental quarterback. Trying to prove that he's not a developmental quarterback. That's kind of where I'm that's where I'm struggling with this whole situation. And I do believe that if you really think you're a championship team, man, you ought to be looking for the best backup quarterback you can get. I don't care if he's not on the team. You ought to be looking for the best backup quarterback you can get. We don't even need to make this about we don't even need to make this about Joe Milton. If you believe you're a championship team, you need to get the best backup quarterback you can get, as well as the best players you can get, as teams are starting to shake players. Teams are starting to shake players, so we need to be on the lookout. Let me read what Tell It Like It Is said. Man, let me tell you something. James Houston, I said this when they got James Houston, man. I went back and looked at James Houston tape. Before James Houston got that foot injury, that dude can play. James Houston can play. Damone Clark had a great game, 6 tackles. Sanborn reminded me of Sean Lee. He can play. 48, okay, I saw that number. It flashed too. Booker looked great. Mozzie made some plays. Jay Toya looked good too. Hey, Jay Toya looked good. He really did. Still think Cowboys need a one tech though. Cowboys still need a one tech. I think they need somebody to go along with Jay Toya. I really do.
What he has to do is he's got to be more consistent. And that great play that I just described, where he's getting his second step in the dirt and he's fish hooking the center and he's basically destroying the line of scrimmage and allowing T-Wheat to come on, that's got to be the standard. Not the, okay, I did that, and then for 2 plays I'm kind of not holding the point as strong as I need to. But when you tell me things like that, that means that that gets me excited, because he understands that we're all in this thing together and we need everybody.
Now, I want to capitalize on Hallelujah. I appreciate your comment. You said a bunch of people sucked in those 2 preseason games. I disagree. No, this second preseason game, this team looked good. This team looked good. What didn't look good was Joe Milton. It's okay to say that. He didn't look good. The offensive line, go back and look at the tape on him. He was throwing from clean pockets. Hardly any pressure. I don't even think he had any pressure. Joe sometimes acts like there is pressure where there is none. No, this offensive line played good. I'm not even buying the whole thing about the run game. I'm not buying it. There was no reason to play the pass in this game because Joe Milton couldn't complete passes. So I'm not buying it. Brandon Cubb said, got to give Shotty a chance. Oh, no, I'm riding with Shotty. I'm riding with Shotty. But what I am saying about Shotty, Brandon Cubb, I think it's his personality, but I think he's got to be careful. I'm not saying he's trying to be the smartest guy in the room. I don't want to say he's trying to be the smartest guy in the room. But Brian Schottenheimer comes off as a guy who always has all the answers. And sometimes when a guy comes off that has all the answers, you'll notice something about that guy. You will notice that they always have all the answers because they always got to give answers. That's why they have all the answers. They always got to give answers because things that they're saying are not matching what they're doing. They always got to give answers. He's got the gift of gab. I give it to him. But he's always saying the right things. But tell me, in all the right things he keeps saying, why are these things not coming to fruition? I mean, he's really got to, I think it would behoove Brian to stop always trying to be the guy with all the answers. Maybe sometimes, how about you hit people with some vague answers? Y'all want to know why Bill Belichick, when they would interview Bill Belichick? Hey, Bill, what about this? What about this? What about this? All we're focused on is the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, Bill, but I know about, but again, Bill, could you answer this? All I want to talk about is the Atlanta Falcons. You don't want to be out here running your mouth all the time, especially as a Dallas Cowboys coach. As you said, Brandon, this is why I said I'm riding with him, but he got to learn some things. Bro, if this is the hottest seat in sports, you make it hotter when you run your mouth. Because I'm telling you, in Dallas, they hang on every word. They hang on every word. So you got to learn. And I'm hoping that Brian learns this. He prides himself. I'm a great communicator. Okay, Brian, you can be a great communicator, but stop giving people so much stuff. Stop giving them so much. The more you give them, the more they're going to call you out on this stuff. The more they're going to call you out. So how about just stop giving them so much? Brian just wants to have all the answers. I'm telling you, when you're a person that has all the answers, that's telling me that you're having to answer a lot. No, man, don't give them all the answers. You don't have to give the media all the answers, because the only thing they do is they run back and report the answers. And then when they report the answers, and then you come back the next week, and then you don't do again some of the things you said, then here we go again. Stop giving them everything, man. Stop giving them everything. The smartest man in the room, let me tell you something. The smartest man in the room, don't try to act like he's the smartest man in the room. The smartest man in the room, he don't try to show people he's the smartest man in the room. And I'm going to tell you something about the smartest man in the room. The smartest man in the room don't have all the answers. Smartest man in the room don't have all the answers. Smartest man in the room, he gets people around him to give him the answers, or to help him with the answers, or to bounce his answers off of. And the smartest man in the room is very direct, real, well calculated, and is not going to be giving you all the doggone answers. I mean, Susan said it. Susan said Susan makes a great point right here. Susan said, does he have a silver tongue or what? He's got all the answers. He has all the answers. Yeah, we're going to come out here and have a physical practice. I didn't really see, and I guess maybe Brian is seeing something. He's watching tape, but I just don't think physicality this game was the reason why the Cowboys didn't win. I don't think it was the physicality. The defense looked fine. But if you're going to be on the field for 40 minutes, I don't give a doggone how much you're executing. That's a long time to be on the doggone field. Even as backups. Man, that's a long time. I don't care if you're rotating. You can't rotate that much. The defense on the field, I don't think we realize. We're not talking about 40 minutes on a watch. We're talking about 40 minutes of football time. The defense, if you kind of equate the fact that a regular football game is what? About 3 hours with TV time, with TV timeouts and stuff like that. They were literally on the field for 2 hours. That's crazy work. Offenses thrive on being on the field. Defenses suck when they're on the field. Defenses want to get off the field quick, and offenses want to be on the field the whole time. Offenses want to get in a rhythm. Defenses want to knock your block off. They want to knock you off 3 and out and get back on the field, get back on the sideline chilling, getting their energy right back up. The offense thrives off that, man. They thrive off that. They thrive off that, hey, man, we got this momentum going. Everything we're doing, it's working. It's working. We can't wait to get back on the field. We're working. It's working. It's working. Man, that defense was on the field so long, man, it was crazy. The Big Rombowski said, I watched Chauncey Phillips talk about how players used to go into the locker room during halftime, get some Gatorade, catch their breath, and then re-strategize. Now, as a coach, they just check their phones. Yep. We're in this era. We're in this era, man. And that's why I say, man, Brian got to realize, bro, stop giving these people everything, man. You don't have to give these people out. You don't have to give these people everything, man. You don't have to give them everything. Because I'm telling you, all they're doing is taking score. And I'm sorry, I don't have a memory like an elephant, but if you're going to say certain things, I'm going to, and they don't come to fruition, even I'm going to come back and say, okay, you said this and this and this and this. Because if you listen to Brian on the last game, Brian almost alluded to that Will Grier may play. And it doesn't mean he's not going to play this game. But I'm just telling you, man, you don't have to give everybody everything. That's just where I am. You don't have to give them everything. Man, this is Dallas. Man, just don't give them everything.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is finally done.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. James Houston was a guy that came in on a tryout basis right before camp, had 2 QB hits. What have you just kind of seen from James Houston in his time here and what he's been able to put on tape?
Joe, we see it every day in practice. The guy's a excellent pass rusher. I saw the Rams change their protection scheme against him in the scrimmage, just to take account of it. I mean, when you have a first step and the quickness and speed that he does, it's just a problem. I think that's where, you're learning matchups and, okay, who does that guy match up well against? And there's different ways you want to rush a tackle. Do you want to, run around the guy with speed, or you want to try to run through him based on size and matchup and things like that? But the pass rush jumps off the film. You can see that. But what I'm pleased about is how he's doing on special teams. He almost blocked a punt the other day. I think he got a holding call potentially on them, one of these 2 games. But the guy's doing it on really both sides. He's doing it on special teams and on defense. And so that's been exciting to see.
We're still over a week from cutdown day, but obviously you're a guy that prioritizes relationships with players and getting to know them. And obviously it's a business, but how have you kind of prepared for the idea of potentially ending some of these relationships in the meantime and going through the cut down process with these guys?
Well, I mean, it is part of.
Okay, now I want y'all to see this shirt he has on, which is a nice hoodie.
On defense, and so that's been exciting to see.
We're still over a week from cut down day, but obviously you're a guy that prioritizes relationships with players and getting to know them.
So that hoodie says compete every day. How does Will Grier compete every day? Somebody help me out. How does Will Grier compete? How is Joe Milton even competing and Will Grier competing? How are they? They're the 2 players on the team to me. They're not actually competing. They're not competing. I mean, to me, it's just so contradictory to have a compete every day shirt on, but you got 2 players on the team that are actually not competing. It's just crazy to me. I just can't get with that thought process. Poobie D, I'm with you. we got these roster cuts coming up. I think people are already starting to shake down. Poobie D, I'm with you. Boy, I'm hoping that somebody shakes a one tick. I'm hoping somebody shakes a one tick down that the Cowboys could bring in. Alfredo Morales is up in the crib. Y'all, what's going on, Alfredo? He said you want what I find hypocritical. He said over the weekend I was watching the Colts game and their new owner, who by the way is Jim. Yeah, boy, is Jim Irsay's widow. Yeah, she's been on one. Was on the Colts sidelines wearing a headset. Y'all thought Jerry Jones was something? She's wearing a headset and she said all the owners need to try it. Golly, that's crazy. Next, she gonna be going. Y'all remember on Any Given Sunday? She gonna be going in the locker room, just like on Any Given Sunday. Just like on Any Given Sunday, it's crazy. Yeah, she out there, bro. I heard some stuff she been saying. She out there, man.
Obviously, it's a business, but how have you kind of prepared for the idea of, potentially ending some of these relationships in the meantime and going through the cut down process with these guys?
Well, I mean, it is part of the deal, but I
agree,
think,
skeptical
number
fan.
one, we've had to make some tough decisions already. We've already had to let some guys go. It's never a fun thing to do. I think you owe them the respect to handle it like a man and to be upfront and honest, and that's what I try to do. I think if you ask anybody that's been told by me that they were moving on, they would tell you I'm very upfront and honest about my opinion. And, hey, do we have visions of bringing you back? Do we not? Hey, what can you get better? I think you have to leave them with true feedback. And it's an uncomfortable thing to do. Nobody likes to have those conversations. The player doesn't like to have it. We don't like to have it, but it's part of this business. And so I wouldn't say that it's something we take lightly. I would say it's something that you actually put a lot of thought and effort into. And you say, okay, hey, here's the story. Here's why. Here's what's going on. Here's what I would tell you did really, really well. Here's what you need to improve on. Hey, have people call me. I will sing your praises as a man. I will sing your praises as why it didn't work, and it worked out because of numbers or an injury or whatever.
This is kind of funny what Brian is saying, and you look at what Skeptical Fans said, because this is what I've alluded to also. Skeptical Fans said it's unfair that our wide receivers and tight ends have to look their best, knowing that Milton will not throw the ball their way. So I want you to think about what he's saying right here, cutting players and stuff like that. So do y'all realize once again, because we're focusing on Joe Milton. See, some people don't understand the collateral damage of focusing on Joe Milton. Joe Milton completed 9 passes the last game. See, some people don't think this is a huge deal. This isn't just about Joe Milton. And that's the part that people don't seem to be understanding. This isn't just about Joe Milton. Do we not realize that Joe Milton completed 9 passes? And you're telling me that Brian Schottenheimer and this staff are going out in this game, coming out of this game, evaluating Jonathan Mingo on 1 catch, Princeton Fant on 1 catch, Ryan Flanoy on 2 catches, John Stevens Jr. on 3 catches, Jalen Brooks on 1 catch, and Jalen Tolbert on 1 catch. So rather than us judging the wide receivers, evaluating the wide receivers on catching the ball, we're going to be evaluating them, and we're going to have to really go in on the tape on them. We're going to have to go in on the tape and individually, not just the catching of the ball, because we don't really know how consistent their hands are. So we're going to have to focus on route running, blocking. We're going to have to focus on, that stuff needs to be evaluated. But we're not going to really be able to evaluate them on the really one thing that you really want to be evaluating the wide receiver on: catching the ball. This is crazy, man. And I got a feeling that there are a couple of these good wide receivers the Cowboys have. I got a feeling that we got some players that we're going to lose because we're going to try to put them on the practice squad. And they're just not going to. Let me tell y'all something. I see a scenario, and I know this might not sound good to y'all, but I see a scenario where Trayshawn Holden don't make this team. Cowboys mess up and try to put Trayshawn Holden on the practice squad. He won't make it. I don't think he'll make it. They try to put Trayshawn Holden on that practice squad. I wouldn't be surprised somebody came right on that practice squad. And if I'm not mistaken, you have to cut him, clear waivers or whatever it is, and then they go to the practice squad. I don't think he'll make it. I don't think Trayshawn Holden will make it. I don't think he makes it to the practice squad. But we got some serious decisions to make. We're going to cut. I'm telling you, there are going to be some players that's not going to make this team that. But again, I just don't know how you evaluate these wide receivers. Unless you're just looking at training camp. And we're already seeing where training camp is a whole different translation as it applies to, it's a whole different thing as it applies to the regular season. It's just a whole different ball game. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I just don't see how you're evaluating these wide receivers. I just don't. I don't see how you're doing it. And doing it fairly, I don't see how you're doing it. Ron Hanna said, facts, G, some things he needs to avoid. Brian can do more by saying less. That's it. He's saying way too much, man. Just, Brian, stop giving him so much. Because the only thing they're going to do is come back on you. And especially when the season starts. All they're going to do is they're going to come back on you every time you say something and it don't come to fruition. They're going to tear you up. They're going to tear you up, man. The Bible says a fool tells his whole heart. Bro, you don't have to tell these people everything. Just stop telling them everything. Stop trying to have all the answers. And now, watch this. Now I 100% believe it. Stephen Jones said that when he started listening to Brian Schottenheimer, he said the more he listened, the more he was convinced. Brian better cash this check. Now, I'm not saying this year, but he better show some flashes this year. Because I'm telling you, Brian talking about that Mozzie ain't feeling the pressure. You watch what I tell you. Brian can say anything he wants to. Bro, this is Dallas. I'm already saying I think Brian gonna need a year. There are a lot of people. No, they're not saying Brian need a year. They're gonna be tearing Brian up by game 6 if we don't have a winning record. I'm telling you, by game 6, they're gonna be tearing him up. They're gonna be tearing him up. Brian got to stop giving these people everything. Stop giving them everything. Just stop it. Stop it. Dale Cowell, what's good? He said, everything you're saying about our coach is on point. I'm rolling with him. I'm rolling and I'm riding with him. But I want him to learn from everything that he's doing. Bro, you talking, you telling these people way too much. You ain't caught on yet? You ain't caught on. Boy, it's game 2 of the preseason, bro. And Jesse Holly was calling him out after game 1. Bro, you got to stop giving him. You got to stop giving it to him. Doomsday 22. Yep, Trey Lance looked better than Joe Milton. Now, the Cowboys tried to keep Trey Lance. It makes me wonder what they were coming with the pay, because I just can't see him leaving, going to the Chargers, and not staying in Dallas. I don't get that. Dak's an older quarterback than Justin Herbert. I mean, you're basically going to the you're going to the Los Angeles Chargers to back up a young quarterback. The only way you're playing is he gets hurt. Now, he's had a few, he's had a couple of little hiccups here and there, but for the most part, you'd have been better off staying in Dallas. Dak's an older quarterback. I would have stayed here. It makes me wonder what they were trying to pay him.
Whatever it was, but we owe those guys that. But I think where I would push back is some people don't want that relationship because they just don't want to have it get messy. I'm not that way. I want to care about these guys for the rest of my life, whether they're on our team or not. If I have a relationship with them, I want to care about them and at some point see them 15 years from now on a sideline or at a game and maybe meet their kids.
Thank you for your interest in Retro Fitness. Franchising can be an incredible investment opportunity.
Dave Loffberg, 105.3, The Fan. I have two questions. The first one would be usually a walk-off, but we don't do a walk-off. But Joe Milton flips the ball as he's dropping back. So I
Good quarterback question. Yeah, good quarterback question.
Is that something you're trying to break that habit, or do you not care?
I really don't care. It's a relaxed thing, as you know. Some guys, that's how they relax. Some guys are trying to find the laces, as you know. The biggest thing I would say is you're coaching the ball carriage part of it, that the ball carriage is, numbers high, kind of close to your body. But if he flips it, I remember, Trey Lance. Trey Lance didn't hold the laces, and that blew my mind. I was like, how do you not hold the laces? But he had big hands. But no, in reality, it's one of those deals where I think when he's dropping, he's trying to get comfortable, he's trying to find the grip, and that's what he does.
So
it doesn't bother me.
Okay. Is he starting on Friday? Is he going to be your starting quarterback?
Yes.
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 Good answer.
Yeah, good answer. Dak is not playing.
Why not?
Say again?
Why not Will Greer?
Because Joe Milton's a guy we want to find out more about.
Can I jump in?
Sure. You don't have to ask him. You can ask me.
Well, we had this.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
See, I love the question Clarence Hill just asked because I know that I don't care what some of these people are saying. Some people have good intentions, so I'm not tripping on the good intentions. But some people have they want this guy to take Dak Prescott's spot. There are people who just want that. And for people who say they want him to, you want him to be, it's not about wanting him to be anything. You can want him to be anything you want him to be. But if he's not capable of being what you want him to be, you can't continue to waste the team's time. This don't mean the Cowboys get rid of Joe Milton. Bro, get this dude a quarterback coach and let him continue to work all during the season. Just get him a quarterback coach and let him keep working. But you don't have to penalize the whole team. You don't have to penalize the offense by him not being able to complete passes. You don't have to penalize the offense or the defense by not being able to execute on offense so the defense is on the field for 40 minutes. You don't have to do that with Joe Milton. Why do it? There is nothing. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says. There is nothing that Joe Milton could show me in this game. There is nothing that Joe Milton could show me in this game because this isn't about Joe Milton being on the team. The Cowboys gave up a 5th-round pick for him. Joe Milton is going to be on the team. But if you're telling me that there's something he can do in game 3 to prove to you that he's the backup quarterback, I'm questioning your evaluating. There is nothing that Joe Milton, I don't care what anyone says. This is not about Joe Milton not being on the team. He's a developmental quarterback. Keep developing him. But if you're telling me there's something this man can do in game 3 against bubble players in a dress rehearsal, bro, I'm going back to the Buffalo game. That's bull junk. The Buffalo game, man, them dudes was on a bye week. They were trying not to get hurt. Joe Milton out there playing sandlot football, playing for his life out there. This is different, bro. We've had 2 games to show us everything you have. Do y'all know that there are people with more ability that don't get this opportunity? Right now, Tyler Huntley is better than Joe Milton. Right now. Tyler Huntley is better than Joe Milton right now. You think he got these opportunities? There are better quarterbacks that don't get these opportunities. Man, we roll out the red carpet for players we love. I don't get people who say, sometimes I see people say people don't want to play in Dallas. Man, you crazy. Shoot. Ain't nothing like being loved by the Dallas Cowboys. If you are a player that this front office loves, I don't give a doggone who the coach is short of Jimmy Johnson. They rolling out the red carpet for you. They are rolling out the red carpet, and they're going to give you every single opportunity to not earn the job, but to play yourself out of the job. I'm telling you, boy, we built different sometimes. Randy McIntyre said Milton couldn't take Rush's spot. Nope. I thought Trey Lance was on the verge of being better than Cooper Rush. But Cooper Rush is better than Joe Milton right now. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know any other way to explain it. But again, see, Clarence Hill is asking the right question. Why not Will Grier? You don't have to let Will Grier play the whole game. Why not Will Grier? Let Will Grier start. What has Joe Milton done to deserve a start? What has he done? What has he done? It's a lame excuse. I don't care what anyone says. Football. Anybody who's played this sport or any other competitive sport, bro, I'm looking at you side-eyed. If you got a player out here that is not competing, I'm looking at not only you side, I'm looking at him side-eyed because you are building in the teammates. The teammates are looking at you. Man, I'm telling you, when Cam Newton is on his game, when Cam Newton really talking that football stuff, you better listen to what Cam Newton said. Cam Newton said players are watching, man. Players are watching, they're thinking, and they're responding. Again, I'd love to see, while he keeps saying we want to see what Joe Milton is. I'd love to hear I'd love to hear some of these players in a blind test. I'd love to hear what their opinion is on it. How much you bet that there's a wide receiver that's on the bubble right now going, he's starting again? How would you like to be Trayshawn Holden? And they're telling you the man that just completed 9 passes is starting again this week. He's starting again? Man, I'd at least like to see Will Grier out here because I want to catch some passes. Yeah. Y'all let them fool y'all on this. I think this is, man, y'all know already. I will apologize for Jerry Jones in a minute's time. I'll tell you I don't hate Jerry Jones. But this stuff right here, Brian can say anything he wants to. This sounds like Jerry Jones to me. It's got Jerry Jones written all over it. There is no way that I'm penalizing my whole team. I don't care what y'all say. I guarantee you there's some of these wide receivers talking about, doggone it. Got 1 pass last week. So I guess I'm going to get 2, 3. I may get 2 this week. Man, this is crazy to me, bro. And how do you have on a shirt that says compete every day? And Clarence Hill is saying it and not saying it. Bro, you got a shirt on that says compete every day while not letting Will Grier compete. And then the reality is Joe Milton ain't even competing either. It's amazing to me. This is the same Brian Schottenheimer that was saying Joe Milton is pushing Dak Prescott and Will Grier is pushing Joe Milton. Somebody got to explain to me how, because I don't see it. I don't see it. All I see is Trey Lance all over again. We gave up a draft pick for somebody, so we got to make sure that they're working. And we don't even have a legitimate excuse of why we're going with Joe Milton. We want to see more. What can he do in game 3? Bro, do we not realize that year that Will Grier was competing with Cooper Rush? The Cowboys had already made the decision, and I'm not going to say we all know, but I believe there's a lot of us who agree. Will Grier beat out Cooper Rush. What did the Cowboys do? The Cowboys, because they said that Cooper Rush is going to be Dak's backup, we're going to let Will Grier, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Will Grier they let play the entire game so that he could showcase himself? And the same guy who you let Cooper Rush beat out, he was the same guy that went out and put together one of the best preseason games that we've probably seen in our life? Was that Will Grier, or am I mistaken? It's crazy work. I don't care what anyone says. It's crazy work. Makes no sense.
Can you just talk about, I mean, you want to find out more about him. You're also trying to find a backup quarterback, and certainly Joe is getting way more opportunities than Will. Does that indicate that he's in the lead?
Shout out to Clarence Hill. Put his feet to the fire. Bro, what does this mean then? Because doggone it. Are we going to do the same thing we did last year? So you're telling me we're going to let Joe Milton play the whole preseason, but I'm still giving Trey Lance credit. Trey Lance had Ryan Flanoy out there looking like Dez Bryant Jr. I'm giving Trey Lance credit, bro. Trey Lance against them doggone second teamers? Shoot, Trey Lance was out there kind of balling up until, the last game? And he threw, 6 interceptions? Up until then, though, Trey Lance played good. And one of the reasons why Trey Lance was even throwing those interceptions, boy, he was going for it. Trey Lance looked better than Joe Milton. And they let Trey Lance start the entire preseason, only to say Cooper Rush with no snaps. Cooper Rush, you're the second string quarterback. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Because if Will Grier winds up being our backup quarterback, he's going to do it with hardly no reps. That is so dumb to me. This man needs reps too. It's dumb to me. If Will Grier was so good that he didn't need reps, then Dak Prescott don't need any reps. It's dumb.
How does Will compete in a sense?
Again,
ask him, Clarence Hill. For all the people advocating for all the people advocating to keep seeing Joe Milton saying we know what Will Grier is, call the man out who's wearing a hoodie that says compete every day, who is not letting this man compete. He's not letting 2 of his players compete at one of the most important positions on the team. I don't think we're understanding what we're saying here. We're not talking about the backup snapper, the backup lone snapper, or the backup field. Even that would be a big deal. Man, we're talking about the quarterback. And we're not letting them compete. This is crazy work. You can give me any excuse you want to. It is ironic this man is wearing a shirt that says compete every day while not letting a man compete. And that's why I'm glad that Clarence Thomas, I'm still rolling with Brian. But Brian gonna have to learn, bro, you don't be contradictory in this game. You got to do more than talk a good game. I'm talking everything down to your hoodie, bro. We need to see a good game. Don't wear a hoodie that says compete every day unless you're going to put an addendum under it saying, except for Joe Milton and Will Grier.
Will gets opportunities to compete different ways. He gets opportunities to compete in practice. He gets opportunities when he gets his chance to play in games. We compete a lot of.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all believe this hogwash. I love Brian, but this is hogwash. This is the only sticking point that I've had in particular with Brian. As much as I was driving this bus long before some of the people who done got on the bus now. I was driving this thing. I got problems with this. I don't care what anyone, I got problems with this. Now you saying Will is competing in other ways. Without reps? Make it make sense. Joe need reps. Will don't. Last time I checked, Will Greer wasn't a starting quarterback in this league. Somebody says, well, that's why Joe Milton needs the reps. Well, last time I checked, Joe Milton wasn't a starting quarterback in this league either. Last time I checked, Joe Milton couldn't beat out Drake May. Last time I checked, Joe Milton was not a first, second, third, fourth, or fifth round draft pick quarterback. What are we saying? I don't care what anyone says. Every which way you slice this. This is why Clarence Hill is calling them out. It's contradictory. And I'm telling you the Cowboys better win. Because if the Cowboys don't win, it's stuff like this. They're going to tear Brian Schottenheimer limb from le limb. I'm telling you. It's contradictory language. And it goes to, again, bro, he's got all the answers. And he makes them sound good, even when they're not good. Some of y'all might not realize this. It's called the gift of gab. Susan called it the silver tongue. It's called the gift of gab. People who can talk so good that even when you're seeing something, they'll tell you, that's not what you're seeing. Even when you notice something don't make sense, they'll tell you it makes sense. Brian is failing on this area. He's failing in this area to me. No, I'm sorry. Dak Prescott. I don't want to talk like this. So I'm going to talk very quickly and vague about it. Dak Prescott just came off of another cataclysmic injury. It's a cataclysmic injury. When you rip half of your hamstring off the bone, people's careers have been ended with just hamstrings. You got a quarterback that's coming off of a cataclysmic injury, who for all intents and purposes in training camp and OTAs has looked very, very good. I'll be doggone if I'm going into this season with a quarterback that I'm not confident that if need be can win 4 or 5 games or help us win down the stretch. And if worse comes to worse, help us win in the playoffs. I'll be doggone if I have Joe Milton as my backup quarterback. I don't care what anyone says. That's not championship level thinking football. That's not championship level football. I'm very confident in who Dak Prescott is. Dak Prescott, in my mind, is a top 5 quarterback. So I would have never been afraid to bring in any quarterback that would have been free during the offseason. I don't care. Bring him in. I want the best quarterback available. Because he may push Dak Prescott, but I already know who Dak Prescott is healthy. If Dak Prescott is healthy, there is only maybe in this league, maybe 2 quarterbacks that could take Dak Prescott's spot head up. Maybe 2. I'll give it 3 tops. I'm not worried about any other quarterback out there. I don't care who that makes mad. I would have brought in the best quarterback. Do we not realize what I'm saying? We got a quarterback who hasn't played since week 9, cataclysmic injury that he's miraculously recovered from so quickly and has been cleared for everything, and I'm sure, including contact. But I'll be doggone if I don't still say, man, I'm going to still bring in, who's the best quarterback out there? And I'm not giving up a draft pick for Joe Milton. No, I want to know who the best quarterback out there is. Because there were quarterbacks the Cowboys could have actually signed. Who the best quarterback out there? Tyler Huntley is better than Joe Milton. Huntley, whatever his name. Huntley is better than Joe Milton. I forgot his first name. He's better than Joe Milton. I've seen Huntley in the playoffs. He can play. Huntley can play. And I'm not saying it just had to be Huntley. But man, I would have went out there and got a show enough quarterback. And I'm not experimenting with my backup quarterback when I know I got a doggone championship level team. The Cowboys have a championship level offense. I'm telling you, they do. We've seen Dak Prescott do more with less. Dak Prescott with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, Cavante Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, Jake Ferguson healthy, Jaden Blue coming back off injury, Javonte as the running back. I'm sure Phil Maffa going to probably come up towards the middle of the season. The Cowboys have a championship level offense. The only thing we have to figure out is how good our tackle's going to be. How good will Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele be? Because if Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele are on their game, we're going to be hard to stop on offense. And I'll be doggone if I'm going to put that doggone team in the hands of Joe Milton. And even Will Grier. This isn't just about Joe Milton. Will Grier. I'm questioning a quarterback that'll come to a team and have a conversation talking about, yeah, man, I tell you what, we're gonna let you know up front. Yeah, hey, y'all wish my brother Roderick Holman, y'all wish him happy birthday. Happy birthday, my brother. I'm gonna call you after the stream. I'm telling us, I'm not risking this team to any quarterback that's mediocre. I'm getting me a championship level quarterback. I'm sorry, I just am. I am. I'm getting me a championship level quarterback. And all this stuff that Clarence Hill is calling him out on, I'm glad he's calling them out. But again, he's got all the answers. And he makes them all sound right, even if they're not right.
Different ways you can compete in meetings. And again, I think I've been very clear,
Compete in meetings? This is disingenuous. I bet you Will Grier will tear up Joe Milton on a chalkboard. I bet you he'll tear him up on explaining plays, the ins and the outs. I bet you Will Grier will tear him up in meetings. And I bet you he'll tear him. I bet you he would tear him up in a head-to-head practice. I bet you if you let them play with the same team, half a half, I bet you Will Grier comes out better. I guarantee you Will Grier comes out better. That's crazy to me. And to know that Will Grier, that if you're going to turn around and say that Will Grier is the backup quarterback and barely give this man any reps, it's stupid and it's dumb.
We're not naming a backup right now, but the guy that I feel like we don't have as much information on is Joe Milton. I feel like we have more information on Will. And part of our job, I'm learning, like I said, in the first 2 games, and I feel the same way now. I'm learning Joe. I'm learning how you would call a game with Joe as your quarterback. I think that's a big part of it. You're going to call a game with Geno Smith different than you do Russell Wilson.
No, I'm not letting you get away with this, Brian. So the first game you came out, you tried to call the Dak Prescott game for Joe Milton. Didn't work. The second game, you actually came out and you tried to call a Joe Milton game for Joe Milton, and he looked worse in the second game than he did in the first one. Stop it, Brian. You changed it up. Brian changed it up, y'all. And if anybody didn't notice it, Brian changed it up in the second game for Joe Milton. That game plan looked more suited for Joe Milton, and it still didn't work. He looked worse in the second game than the first one. Your team is on the line. This is not the time to be trying to figure out what Joe Milton is. Bro, you got 2 games. You got a very good snapshot of what Joe is, what he needs to work on. Let Will Grier, why not let Will Grier start? What does it hurt? What can, I'm just missing, what can Joe Milton show in this game against these bubble players that's going to make them say, okay, Joe Milton's the backup. And if you do all of this just to say that Will Grier is the backup, it's even more dumb to me, and it's the same dumb stuff they did with Mike McCarthy. It's dumb, it's dumb, it's dumb, over and over again. Every time you go to sleep and wake up, it's dumb. It's dumb.
You're going to call a game with, I'll make up Mark Sanchez different than you do Mark Brunell, and so we're trying to figure that out. But we've also been very upfront with Will, and because I think that's important. Hey, Will, here's the deal. Joe's getting the majority of the reps. When you get in there, maximize your opportunities.
Can't deal. What quarterback agrees to this? What? I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing it. This is crazy. I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing this. You're not sitting me down and telling me, hey, man, we're gonna bring in Joe Milton. And he's gonna get the majority of the snaps in training camp, OTAs, and I mean the majority, probably 80% of the snaps in the preseason, Will Grier. And if he doesn't do well, then we'll make you the backup quarterback. Bro, lose my dang on number. Lose my number. That's like a girl that you like tells you, I like you. You're better than my ex-boyfriend. Or you're better than my new guy. But I want to give him a little bit more. He's been treating me wrong. He hasn't quite been doing some things that I like. But I just want to give him a little bit more time. And I tell you what, remain single, because if he don't turn out the way that I want him to turn out, then I'm going to call you, and then you can come back and be my boyfriend, and then we'll move. I'm not doing this. Man, I got to question even a quarterback who would agree to something like this. This is crazy to me. Because if you're saying that Will Grier is your backup if Joe Milton fails again, but for Joe Milton to even, but for Will Grier to even agree to such an egregious agreement, do you really want him as your backup? I can't with this. I can't with this. This is, I don't care how you explain this, it's crazy to me. Okay, somebody help me out. Somebody help me out. Let me show you something. He said we know what Will Grier is. So I guess you do know what Will Grier is from this perspective. Will Grier was drafted in 2019. Will Grier was drafted in 2019, played for the Cowboys in 2021, played for the Patriots in 2023, and now he's back with the Cowboys. So we're talking about 6 years. So we know what Will Grier is, right? How many games? Somebody take a wild guess at how many games Will Grier started in his NFL career. Somebody take a wild guess at how many games Will Grier started in his NFL career. Do y'all know that Will Grier has only started 2 games in his NFL career? Two games. This is crazy no matter how you slice it. See, this is why the Cowboys got Will Grier. And this, I'm telling you, this part right here, this part has got me a little bit perturbed. So this is why you went and got Will Grier, even though he's better than Joe Milton. But you went and got him because you know that he would agree to this egregiousness. You got him because you knew he would agree to it. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm not agreeing to this. Hey, man, y'all lose my number. Nah, y'all lose my number. I can go to another team and get a paycheck. Lose my number. There is no way I would ever agree to go to a team in my 20s, even my early 30s. There is no way I'm going to a team that you're not going to allow me to compete. If he can compete in other ways, everything that he's applying to Joe, everything he's applying to Will Grier can be applied to Joe Milton. Well, can't Joe Milton compete in other ways too? Can't Will Grier start and Joe Milton compete in other ways too? Why is it that Will Grier can do something that Joe Milton can't do? You've had 2 games and you're telling me that you can't see from 2 games and you can't see from just everything that we know that he is. You telling me you need to see one more game. Because one more game against the bubble players are going to, man, I'm telling you, this is pitiful to me. The only thing I can tell y'all is this, and it's this simple. The Cowboys are banking. The Cowboys are banking on Dak Prescott being healthy. It's the only thing that makes sense. They're banking on it.
And not one time, as Will said, hey, Shotty, I don't think that's fair. Why? Because we're upfront and honest, and we're very direct about why we're doing it. It's not that we...
Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. And I think Will Grier is better than Joe Milton. But y'all tell me. This is the quarterback you want backing up Dak Prescott? I'm talking about Will Grier. The only reason I would be saying this is not fair is because either I think I can't get any other team to sign me. It's the only way I could think this is fair is that nobody else will sign me. The fair is where you get cotton candy, turkey legs, and sausage on a stick. That's where you get funnel cakes. That's where you ride the Ferris wheel. This isn't about fair. This must be about options, because the only way I'm putting up with this dumb conversation is that I have no options. You're not talking to somebody with options like this. And if he don't have options, how crazy is this? That if Milton plays himself out of the second string quarterback, the guy who don't have options, the guy who is putting up with this nonsense is the guy that gets the second string quarterback? The only thing that makes sense in this conversation is that Dak Prescott is going to stay healthy the whole season. It makes all of this null and void. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because as good as what Brian Schottenheimer is saying, you can buy it all you want to. For every time he applies that to Will Grier, for every time he says that Will Grier can compete in other ways, for every time he says that Will Grier, when he gets his opportunities, he's got to maximize them. For every time he says that about Will Grier, scratch out Will Grier's name and fill in the blank with any player you want to. Fill in the blank. And y'all tell me, because I'm telling you, even some of these people who said they played football and all this stuff, they'll be backing this nonsense up. Well, you tell me the last time that you know of in a sport that is built on competition, that is built on a meritocracy, you tell me the last time that somebody who practiced in other ways, who competed in other ways than being on the field, took somebody's position on the field who was competing. You tell me. Because I haven't seen those teams. The guy who's competing is typically starting. The guy who's competing on the field is typically starting with the guy who's competing on the chalkboard or competing in his mind or competing how Brian is. Brian is being very disingenuous. This is another one of these things where Brian Schottenheimer is giving all the right answers. They may sound right, but that does not go along with what we know to be true. And that's why Clarence Hill is calling him out.
Want Joe to win the job, or we don't want Will to win the job. It's like, hey, we need to figure out more about Joe and how he's going to perform.
What? I could deal with this better if he wasn't talking. I could deal with this better if he wasn't giving these answers. But y'all can tell me anything you want to, but these answers are hogwash. They're straight bull. This answer in particular is straight bull.
Trying to figure that out, but we've also been very upfront with Will, and because I think that's important. You know, hey, Will, here's the deal. Joe's getting the majority of the reps. When you get in there, maximize your opportunities. And not one time, as Will said, hey, Shotty, I don't think that's fair.
Why would he, Brian? Why would he say it, Brian? Why would he say it? Because it don't sound like he got options to me. Because if he had options, he wouldn't be putting up with this nonsense. This is why they picked Will Grier. I'm telling you, this is why they picked him. You're not doing this to somebody else who wants to compete. This is hogwash, I'm telling you.
Why? Because we're upfront and honest, and
because you're upfront and honest don't make it honest, Brian. It don't make it honest. It just means that, no, this is bullcrap, but I don't have any options, so hey, I'll roll with it. Give me the check.
Very direct about why we're doing it. It's not that we want Joe to win the job or we don't want Will to win the job. It's like, hey, we need to figure out more about Joe and how he's going to perform.
Okay, so this isn't about Joe winning the job, or it's not about Will not winning the job, or whatever else he just said, vice versa, blah, blah, blah. So if that's not what it's about, then what determines him being the QB2? What determines it? I don't care how you explain it. In the grand scheme of things, this actually isn't a competition. It's no part of that. It's nothing to do with competition. And Brian is saying all this fancy stuff just to say that. I'm telling you, boy, if they make Joe Milton QB2 based off of one good performance in the third game, which is a dress rehearsal against bubble players, the only thing that makes sense to me is that they're saying that they're banking on Dak Prescott not getting hurt. They're banking on it. They're banking on it. It's the only thing that makes sense. Domino, Brian has already kind of tried to diffuse the development stuff. But my point is, then if he's a developmental quarterback, then develop him. Get him a quarterback's coach and develop him. But don't penalize your whole doggone team with wide receivers who are trying to make the team, and the only thing they're getting is one pass a game. I don't think we're understanding what's being said here. This man's development is hurting the team. This man's development is not allowing the wide receivers to get the passes that they deserve. This man's development is making the defense stay on the field for 40 minutes. That's what this man's development is doing. You can't throw your whole team away trying to see what this dude is. Especially if he's not at least going to do as good as Trey Lance. Trey Lance didn't trip up until the last game. But them first two games, people were kind of wondering about Trey Lance. Shoot, them first two games, people were wondering about Trey Lance. Man, had Ryan Flanor looking like Dez Bryant out there. Hadn't seen that game from Joe Milton. Hadn't seen it. Christian Legault said, I want to see what Joe Milton is. Man, boy, whoo. This is crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand it. It's crazy. But this thing with Will Grier, bro, Poobie D said Grier didn't look good either, but he probably should start the next game. Now, Will Grier looked good the previous game. But then when they put Will Grier in this time, boy, it was, by the time they put Will Grier in this time, man, it was a bloodbath by the time they put Grier in. And man, they put Grier in a very bad time, Poobie D. I mean, they put Will Grier in, and then how unfair is it to Will Grier? Okay, man, we getting slaughtered out here. Go show us what you got. Man, let me tell you something. I can remember playing football. And when them third stringers would get out there. Come on, man. We'd either be beating a team so bad or we'd be getting beat so bad. Come on, man. Third stringers out there, bro, they ain't competing. Dudes running out the clock. We gotta stop fooling. We gotta stop fooling ourselves. And Brian ought to quit, man. Brian ought to quit. And I'm sorry, I don't even, as much as I say Will Grier, I would take Will Grier as the backup over Joe. Man, y'all got to ask yourself, do y'all even want Will Grier being the backup, man? Will Grier ain't started but 2 games his own self. Man, you really want Will Grier as your backup quarterback? And this dude agreed to this nonsense? Shoot, man, if I'm 38, 39 years old, you know what I'm saying, and I'm Joe Flacco on my way out this thing, and you know you gonna let me come in and make a paycheck? Man, I come in and do that for you. I come in and help you develop. But I guess Will Grier has designated himself to just being a doggone backup, career backup. It's crazy to me. This to me sounds like Jerry. Now, y'all know I'm a Jerry apologist on certain things, but this bull junk sound like Jerry to me. Brian can't tell me that in his real coaching mind that he would be wasting time on this. Brian can't tell me that's what he would be doing. I just don't believe, I don't believe Brian would be doing this. I just don't believe he would be doing it. I'm struggling. Brandon Cup, this is one of them things where I think it's Jerry in the way. And y'all have heard me. I've given Jerry a lot of credit, said I'm not going to hate Jerry. But on this right here, man, this got Jerry written all over to me. Let me read this super chat real quick. Wait a minute. Okay, I already read that one. Okay, let me read here. I got Sunny Days. Let me read what Sunny Days says. Sunny Days says, so they're okay with messing up everyone else being prepared and evaluated correctly for the season to keep everything focused on Milton, going to bring down a team morale, make it make sense. Bro, this is the part people aren't getting. They're not getting this sunny days. Cam Newton said this. Cam Newton said that players watch quarterback play. And when they see good quarterback play or bad quarterback play, they're over there like, ooh. They're either like, ooh, or they're like, wow. In this game 3, Brian can go in there and tell these players anything they want to. But, man, you can't be selling player stuff that they know is not true. And I guarantee you these players right now are already saying, man, it's going to be Milton again. I bet you they would rather play with Will Grier right now. Even with his 1-5 in the last game. Because they're looking at this going, man, they threw Will Grier out there to the Wolves. By that time, man, we was out this thing. They threw this man to the Wolves. How about we give him a chance to compete from 0-0? We can't sit up and try to judge Will Grier off of 5 attempts, but then justifying Joe Milton on 18 attempts in this game. And I think he got more attempts in the last game, and he was worse in this game with a better game plan tailored towards him. And then try to say, well, Will didn't do too good either. Man, come on, give Will Grier more than this, man. Give Will Grier more than this. This is embarrassing, man. And this is why I'm glad Clarence Hill is calling him out.
You say you know about Will, but Will does not have a lot of in-game experience himself.
Did I not just say it? Clarence Hill, I just said it. There's this thing called the internet. This dude, Will Grier's only played 2 games, y'all. You telling me that Will Grier don't need reps? Somebody is telling me that Will Grier don't need more reps too. And that Will Grier is so good, he's been a backup for 6 years. I don't even know if he was backing up. It looks like there's a gap in here. 2019 and 2021. What was he doing in 2020 and 2022? I'm not even sure. This is the guy we go get. And we're basically saying that if Joe Milton stinks it up again, Will Grier's the backup with no reps. Man, he only got one more. Will Grier only got one more game than Joe Milton, man. This dude, Will Grier, needs reps. And this is why Clarence Hill is busting his chops on this. And rightfully so. Clarence Hill is busting his chops because I'm telling you, Clarence Hill is saying in his mind, this don't make sense. I mean, I hear you explaining it, Brian, and it sounds good. But it don't make sense. You got a hoodie on that says compete every day, but you're explaining to us, but there's 2 guys that are actually not competing. But then you're trying to tell us that Will Grier is competing in the classroom. Doing what? Oh, ping pong and shooting baskets? Competing doing what? Ask any player with their rights. Ask any player who's worth their salt. Hey, man, do you feel like you're competing if you're not getting reps on the field? Because most of us associate reps with doing well on the field. You know how I know? Because the moment Trayshawn Holden caught 2 passes in the first game, what did Brian Schottenheimer say? Trayshawn Holden is moving up the depth chart. Come on, man. You can't have this 3 ways. It's stupid. It don't even fit football.
So, I mean, how do you know what he can do in games? You know, and it's hard to project all of that. Not seen him play. You know, he's been there a while, but he hasn't played a lot. He hasn't played a lot of football.
No, but we've been around him. We've seen the decision making. We've seen some of the throws. I think we know his strengths and weaknesses. Part of it when you go into a game is you know strengths and weaknesses, and you know I want to.
So wait. So Will Grier was here in 2021. So they saw Will Grier how? They saw him in OTAs. They saw him in training camp. They saw him in preseason. You've seen Joe Milton in OTAs. You've seen Joe Milton in training camp. You've seen him in preseason. And you're still talking in circles. We know what Will Grier is. I'm sorry, I know what Joe Milton is. He's living up to his scouting report. He's living up to his college career. 6 years in college, 1 year starter. 6 years in college. Very good athlete, but really couldn't play the quarterback position. Could throw the ball a mile, but can't throw it 0.1 miles. Can't throw it 0.2 miles. Can't throw it 0.3 miles. Can't throw it half a mile. But if you want to go 3/4 of a mile and further, Joe Milton got you. He can run a little bit. I think Trey Lance is a way better runner. He can run a little bit. Tell me anything Joe Milton has shown us outside of his draft profile, what we saw in Buffalo, and what we've seen now in OTAs, training camp, and preseason. Tell me what you've seen that's any more or any less than what you've seen from Will Grier. Stop it, Brian. You cut Will Grier. The Cowboys cut Will Grier. What do you mean you've been around? Shut up, Brian. It would be better not to give an answer. Because the more you explain, the more it don't make sense to football people. Maybe it's making sense to people who like Will Grier, because some people like Will Grier. I like Will Grier too, but I got to give an objective take on it. If this is the case, Dak Prescott don't take the place of Tony Romo. Dak Prescott don't take Tony Romo's place. Because Tony Romo, when Dak Prescott took his place, Tony Romo was a better quarterback. Tony Romo was a better quarterback. And had they had a quarterback competition, he probably beats Dak Prescott. But it's a meritocracy. Dak was balling. Bro, I don't care how good you are. Dak balling. We're not breaking up this chemistry. You're going to sit this one out. And with your contract, we cutting you. It's a meritocracy, man. I don't understand it. And anybody who don't think this sounds strange, I don't know what else to tell you. Because you're talking about one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive sport on the earth. And this man is explaining to us that we can compete in every position except for this. Because we want to make this the exception, because we have to continue to see what this man keeps telling us, what this man keeps showing us. Ron Hanna said, it's starting to sound like it, G. Hate to say it, but have to be honest with myself. Some things not looking right to me. Got me wondering why. Man, I'm telling you, Shotty is either a liar or this is Jerry. This is crazy, and I don't care what anybody who knows something about football, you got to know what Brian is saying don't smell right. Even going getting Will Grier and having this conversation with Will Grier, you can have that conversation with me. I'm hanging up the phone. You're not having me coming in not to compete. Hanging up the phone on you. Lose my number. Lose my doggone number. Calling me in not to compete. I wish I would. The Big Rumbowski said, talk like this, that Shotty's going to have him already nuclear should this team lay an absolute egg on Thursday night to start the season. Man, you better believe it. Let me tell you what they're going to do, Big Rumbowski. They're going to go all the way back to, you didn't play Dak none during the preseason. They're going to come back to it. They're going to come back to it, Big Rumbowski. You didn't play Dak none during the preseason. And it seemed like to me, I think they're trying to basically tell us we like some things that we saw with Joe, and we're going to let him be the quarterback, the backup quarterback. It won't even surprise me. It won't even surprise me. Bro, you can't wear a shirt that say compete while talking about not competing. And anybody who's played football, tell me you would feel good in this situation. This doggone hogwash, man. I'm sorry, but what Dak has went through, I would have got the best quarterback out there.
I want to see Joe, after a tough start. And he bounced back against the Rams. And he was a little more inconsistent this week than he was against the Rams. And so I think that that's important. But again, you can learn a lot from practice.
He's talking in circles. He wanted to see how Joe bounced back. Joe bounced back. He admits it. Joe didn't bounce back. He regressed. And you still want to see more of what? So you are a glutton for punishment? You want to see, can he do any worse? It don't make sense. It just don't. I don't care what it don't make sense. It don't make logical sense. Man, I want to see what Will Greer is, because we got to make a decision on who's going to be the backup quarterback. I need to see if the backup quarterback is even on this team, or unless, or we might need to just go out there. Who's out there right now? And we might not even be able to get Huntley, because I heard the Cleveland Browns are going to go with 4 quarterbacks
as well. And Will being around and their scout. I remember this, and you guys will probably be bored by this, but
I would have loved to bring in Jameis
as a young
Winston.
coach, I was quality control coach. This would have been in 1998, and starting quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs was Elvis Gerbach. The backup was a young man by the name of Rich Gannon, and he was a backup, journeyman. Nobody wanted him. And I never forget, I was running the scout team blitz cards, and there was one period in practice that Rich Gannon refused to let Pat Barnes take. Pat was the third. This is when you carry 3. And that was the 3rd down blitz period. And I asked Rich, I said, why? What? Because he let Pat Barnes take all of them. Other than that, he's like, because that's the closest thing that I can get to a game rep, because it's the things moving the fastest. I have to do the most. I have to be on my, on my instincts and my hots and things like that. And that really stuck with me, because it shows you can get some really great work running the scout team. And in today's day and age, that's how quarterbacks have to develop, because there's not necessarily great spring leagues and things like that we can send these guys to. And it worked out pretty good for Rich.
Trey Lance was a young quarterback and you were around. Why didn't it work?
Hold on. See, they killing him. They killing Brian, because, bro, Alfredo, let me go to you first. I went and highlighted a couple of these comments y'all made. Let me go to you first, Alfredo. Alfredo Morales says, this is not repeat, not a shot at anyone. But in my opinion, Shotty's been around football his entire life and probably has more football knowledge in his little toe than all of us put together. I'm riding. He said, I ride. So, Alfredo, so you're telling me that if Brian is using all of his knowledge, do you truly believe that Brian Schottenheimer would actually be doing this? This don't sound like a person with a lot of knowledge to me. I'm questioning this, Alfredo, because this don't sound like somebody with football knowledge. This sounds like, to me, somebody's in his ear saying, this is what I want you to do. I want you to turn Joe Milton into the next quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. That's what we want you to do. We want you to use your magic and turn Joe Milton into the backup quarterback. And we're even going to do something even more egregious. And don't you let him compete. Don't bring in a quarterback that can challenge him. You bring in a quarterback who doesn't want to compete per se, so that he won't be saying, it's not fair that I'm not competing. This is why I'm telling you, I wouldn't agree with this. Alfredo, this ain't football, bro. Tell me anything you want to. This ain't football. I just can't believe, unless I've just said that the only thing I'm going to be is a career backup, it's the only way I would agree to this, because I just want a paycheck. I'm not agreeing to you bringing me in the training camp, not giving me reps, and then when your quarterback totally goes off the rails, then and only then you say, hey, it's like garbage time in the game. Can you come in now? Show us what you got. Show us what you got, Will. We know you this, that, and the other. Well, if I was this, that, and the other, I'd be getting reps. Bro, you can't make this make sense to a person that wants to compete. This goes against football knowledge. I'm telling you, Tony Romo said it best. This is a meritocracy, bro. This goes against a meritocracy. Sean Springer, I agree with you. Jerry put all his eggs in one basket with Joe. Straight up. He gave him a 5th-round pick. He wants to prove himself right. Poobie D said, if we're not going to let him coach, then don't hire him. And, bro, I'm telling you, it's this move right here that's got me saying there's no way this is Brian Schottenheimer. I'm not going to believe it. It just don't sound like something that a football person would make. And for anybody that's advocating for this who's played football, you're advocating for something that you know don't happen. The only way this happens, somebody said this in the chat, the only way this happens, the only time we've seen this happen in high school football is when the coach's son is the quarterback. When the coach's son is the quarterback, we've seen this on teams. He's the starter no matter what. No, there is no competing with him. The backup can be better than him. But he's the starter because his father is the quarterback, meaning is the coach. And even when the coach's son can play, people will be looking at him sideways like, man, the backup better than him. Mills 36, what up? He said Joe Flacco was out there and Jameis Winston. I actually thought the Cowboys were going to bring in Jameis Winston. I would have rather brought in Jameis Winston than Joe Milton. That's where I am. But again, all this, and I think this may be what they're banking on. All of this will mean nothing as long as Dak Prescott stays healthy. If Dak Prescott stays healthy, none of this matters. None of this matters. So we're going to have to continue to make sure we pray for the health of Dak Prescott. C-Base, ain't this crazy, bro? This man said you can compete in other ways. In meetings? Lose my number, bro. Lose my number. Lose my number, man. I can't do it. Lose my number, man. Rod Hatter said, now Brian knows better. What? He said, what the hell me's got to do with the game on the field? Come on, man. Come on. Somebody got to be real with me, man. Rico said, what Gino got? Man, this dude bringing up crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Lisa, I'm the same way. What would it hurt for? Why would it hurt for Will to play the first half? Sean Springer, I'm telling you, this sounds like Jerry to me. Sounds like Jerry to me. Poobie D said they tied Will Greer hands behind his back. I tell you this, Poobie D, it's pretty obvious he ain't got no options because I would have never agreed to this. Shoot, you'd have been up front with me, I'd have been up front with you. I'd have asked you, was you crazy? That you gonna try to get, you want me to come, wait a minute, you want me, let me get this right. You want me to play but not compete? Lose my number. Susan said, I would love to see Will play at least the first half. See, they want to give Will the garbage time. Everybody know that by the second half of the preseason game, and especially this year since we're not playing the Houston Texans, we're playing the Atlanta Falcons. This isn't even the Texas Bowl. I'm actually surprised. I thought the Texas Bowl was a foregone conclusion. I mean, I guess we haven't played the Texans, who used to be the Houston Oilers, every year, but I just kind of thought that's what we were doing now. Man, we playing the doggone Falcons. Sean Springer said, that ain't no competition. Man, this game gonna be garbage by the time they put Will Greer in. This is crazy. Sean Springer said another one of Jerry's puppets. Man, I'm telling you, I'm struggling because it seems like Jerry's letting him do some stuff he wants to do. But when it comes, this got Jerry written all over it to me. That's all I can tell you. This sounds like Jerry to me. Joe Milton's play has earned him a roster spot for the Arlington Renegades. Man, this dude ain't. Oh, man. Let me let Brian. Let me let them continue to destroy him. I haven't even heard this thing, but hey, Clarence killed him. Now this is Calvin Watkins coming back at him.
Work out with him.
Yeah. Again, I won't say that it didn't work out. I think like that, and that really stuck with me because it shows you can get some really great work running the scout team. And in today's day and age, that's how quarterbacks have to develop because there's not necessarily great spring leagues and things like that.
Bro, we ain't talking about, we're not talking about scout teams, bro. Will Grier is not getting scout team reps, man. Stop it. The example is crazy.
Like that we can send these guys to, and it worked out pretty good for Rich.
Trey Lance was a young quarterback, and you were around. Why didn't it work out with him?
Yeah. Again, I won't say that it didn't work out. I think maybe it didn't work out for him here, but sounds like he's doing a nice job with the Chargers. And
this man got all the answers. Brian has all the answers. Now, the Cowboys offered Trey Lance. We already know this. I did a video on it when I first started the channel. The Cowboys offered Trey Lance. He turned them down. And I think one of the issues is he betted on himself, but you got to think what that means. He wanted to go somewhere where he could truly compete, even though I don't understand going to the Chargers because there's no way you're going to upend Justin Herbert either. There's no way you're upending him, especially the Golden Boy. This man is in everybody's top 5 and hasn't done anything top 5. Nothing. But for whatever reason, it makes me wonder what the Cowboys were trying to pay him because he turned them down. My man Robert M. in here, he said, and by the way, Shotty mentioning Mark Brunell was a low-key flex, letting us know he's been around football a while. Yes, sir, newsflash, he's not fooling anybody. Straight up facts. Like I said before, I'm not saying that Brian is wanting to be the smartest guy in the room. But he basically, he does come off like somebody who wants to be the smartest guy in the room. He's got an answer for everything. And these answers, if you just really think as a football player, man, these answers don't make sense, man. These are bullcorn answers. Talking about a man can compete in other ways. Trying to give an exception. Talking about some guy, some obscure situation where some guy benefited from not getting reps and they still not even the same thing. You talking about scout team. This man ain't even playing scout team yet.
I think, Trey, the longer he's around, the one thing it's been fun for me, and I don't see many highlights of other teams, but I did see him running around and making some plays. I think Trey, like Cooper Rush, is beginning to figure out who he is as a quarterback. And that's part of it, man. You got to figure out, okay, what do I do well? Like, you guys asked me about the game after the game about Cooper. Like, I wasn't surprised at what Coop did, checking the ball down, being on top of his hots and things like that. But to Trey's question is, I think he's figuring himself out. Hey, this is what I do really, really well. Let me lean on that. And that's hard for some of these young guys to figure out sometimes early on.
You've never seen a pillow like this before. Have you heard?
Now, Brian Schottenheimer once again. Brian Schottenheimer's talking like Trey Lance left for 2 years. He's talking like Trey Lance left, went somewhere 2 years, played, and now Trey Lance is playing well. Bro, this dude was just here. This dude was just here. A part of Trey Lance has nothing to do with Trey Lance figuring himself out. I don't think that's what it is. It may be a part of it. I don't think that's what it totally is. One, he went somewhere where they wanted him. You can tell the way Harbaugh was acting towards him. Harbaugh wants him, loves him. I'm not sure Mike McCarthy ever wanted Trey Lance. Trey Lance was Jerry and Steven. Trey Lance was not Mike McCarthy. And it's blatantly obvious with the kind of game that Trey Lance was getting called by Mike McCarthy that he wasn't really Mike McCarthy's cup of tea. Y'all remember the Trey Lance packages? Well, they never materialized. I don't think Mike was big on Trey Lance. Trey Lance is looking different because he's somewhere where people want him. I think that's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. And they're letting him do some things that he can do well. It's not him figuring out what he can do well, it's what he can do well. Hey, Gregory Davis, I like what you said. They're going to put Milton on the practice squad. But my question is this, and I don't believe they're going to put him on the practice squad. But my question is this to you, Gregory Davis, and to all of us. Do you really want Joe Milton being the number 2? I mean, I would at least like to see, if I'm the Cowboys, are there any other options out there that are better than Will Grier and Joe Milton? Because for Will Grier to agree to this, to where he said, I'm okay without competing. Doggone it, man. I don't want no dude like that being my dog. I don't want no dude like that being my quarterback. Oh, man, that's crazy to me. I'm not coming, bro. I'm basically telling you, man, I ain't got no options, bro. So whatever you do, I'm gonna take it. I don't even want that dude being my quarterback. I want somebody who actually wants to compete. I want somebody that want to compete. Period. But again, Catherine the Kiss, this all makes sense if Dak stays healthy. Then it don't even matter.
Top of your arse, DallasCowboys.com. You're telling us after the game Saturday that the new and younger guys typically try to get 10, 15 snaps. Does that change in the last game of the preseason? Do you maybe bump it up, or is that kind of your sweet spot for players like Kyrie Elam and Jack Santon?
Yeah, this game will be a little bit different. We haven't finalized the play time yet. Again, I want to get through these next couple practices. I want to get through tomorrow's padded work and then the next day's padded work. And I would say that, the numbers are always flexible. And if we get the right work in, then you might see a little less guys play. And if we don't get the right work in, then you'll probably see a few more guys play. But at the end of the day, I want these next 2 practices to be ass kickers.
Nicole.
Nicole Hutchinson, Dallas Cowboys TV. A guy that stood out is Zion Childress, from camp up until the preseason game.
Now, I want you to still think about what Brian is saying, because I still have to compartmentalize this. We're talking about the backups. Brian is saying he wants this knockdown, drag-out practice. For who? The backups are playing the 3rd game. Anybody who's probably a projected starter is not playing this game. You're going to pretty much know where you are in this game. If you are not playing in this game, you're probably a starter. If you're scheduled for maybe a series, you've probably made this team. The guys who are playing are the guys who are probably on the bubble and have some more to prove. And that's why, for me, it would have been better, but we know it's not a competition. Because if it was truly a competition, I like what the Cleveland Browns did. Shedeur Sanders start the first game. Dylan Gabriel, or whatever his name is, starts the second game. And then you pretty much know what you have after one. Because we're trying to judge Joe Milton on a scale that we don't even give these rookie quarterbacks. When you get a rookie quarterback in camp, people aren't saying, hey, he's the rookie quarterback, give him all the snaps. They're not saying that. No, he's the rookie quarterback. He's going to have to earn them reps. And then he comes in the preseason game, he plays whatever this game or this game. We kind of decide already, because the reality is this. The Cowboys roster is pretty much decided, I believe. The roster is pretty much decided. I mean, it is what it is. The roster is pretty much decided. And I still say, I think the Cowboys will probably go with 3 quarterbacks. I don't think Joe Milton's going to hit the practice squad. If anything, they'll use him as the 3rd emergency quarterback. But I don't even know if that's going to happen. Joe Milton comes out here and throw 5 touchdowns in this game, I wouldn't be surprised if they justified this man being the starting quarterback. I mean, not starting, but the backup quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised. Parker said, will Lyle Collins make the team before Thomas? Well, Nate Thomas, of course, is going to make it. Nate Thomas has already made the team. Now, as far as Lyle Collins goes, man, I don't think so. We'll see, but I don't think so. You know, Lyle Collins may be a practice squad guy for the Cowboys. I don't think they'll have him on the squad. Not on the 53-man roster. Cowboys got some serious decisions to make. But I don't think he'll be on the 53-man roster.
He's someone that, you know, has been effective in the run game, tackling well. What's something that has impressed you the most? Because a play that stood out to me was the pick six.
Christian Legault said Greer's competing at Madden 25.
Through on a corner blitz, free corner blitz, and then you see Andrew Booth, of course, take it to the house. But just what have you seen from him in terms of his growth, his confidence level, and where does he kind of stack up in this nickel cornerback battle?
Well, it's a battle for sure, because I think, you know, you ask about Zion, and I'll certainly answer that. I think Keemon Hall played really, really well. You guys know we have the flexibility to move Duran around, and we certainly can do that. But what I would say from Zion is, it's, again, I say this all the time, so I'll just say the word instincts. That's great. He's a very, very good blitzer. He's a very good run defender. Where he got a little bit turned around was in some of the pass coverage stuff. He had some dirty eyes. We call it dirty eyes, where you're trying to look back and see what the quarterback's doing. So he got turned around on a couple things. But the instincts, the physicality that he plays with, and he just throws his body around. I mean, and
Shout out to
was
Ice
something
Cold
that you did see
Cowboy.
on the film from Kentucky when you studied him.
What are you looking to see out of him on Saturday?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. You know, I'd say the same thing. Continue to do the things you've been doing, and when you blitz and try to get home, or at least affect the passer. When you got to fill the B gap, fill the B gap. There was a really cool play where they were running a little duo play to the defense's left, and Donovan set the edge. Ezeraku, he set the edge, and he kind of disengaged, and then Zion was fitting the B gap, and the two of them had a really cool compression tackle, and it was cool to see 2 young guys just kind of meet for a TFL, and it was kind of fun to watch those 2 guys, because Donovan, about 5 plays before that, jumped around a gap, and the ball got through in the C gap, and White Cotton pulled him out and had a little talking to him, and he went in the very next play and did a hell of a job, set the edge, and made a play. So you're constantly teaching these young guys, but the consistency of it is important.
Co-producer is going to give you unique sounds that actually fits your track in seconds. Let me show you. First,
Hey Brian, Pat Donahue, ABC5 here in Dallas. It's been about a month since you all arrived at training camp. For you personally, I mean, you've waited a long time for this opportunity. How has it gone for you to this point? Has it been what you expected as a head coach? I know off-season aside, but as you're into the in-season part of it, has it been what you expected as the head coach of the Cowboys?
Yeah, it's been fun. You know, I don't think, I don't sit around a lot and reminisce and think about what it's been like. I really don't have the time to do that. You know, I think that as I look back on it, I'm always trying to improve. And so I think, you know, now that we're back, you know, I'll do probably later this week, I'll do an after-action report on training camp, and I'll be very critical of myself, things that I need to do better. I'm going to always be my own worst critic, because I think that's important. And if you can't do that as a leader, then how do you expect your players to do that? But, you know, if there was one thing I would say that, you know, when you sit in this chair, the humility that you need to have, knowing that the privilege of being in this position, and it's not that I'm just the head coach of the Cowboys, but to have the chance to look over these incredible 91 young men and their families and things like that, I don't take that lightly at all. And so very honored to be in this position. And like I said, I don't shy away from the expectations. I've stood up here from the very beginning and talked about wanting to win Super Bowls, expecting to win Super Bowls, and we're getting closer to playing real games that it actually affects your ability to go and do that.
Nick.
With Joe Milton, there's been a couple times where touch has been a little bit off. How do you doctor touch?
There's a way you do it with your release, the way you kind of just you change the release and the tempo, the grip, and things like that. We went back and looked at, you know, some of the throws.
Now, y'all remember what I said earlier? I'm not telling you I'm some guru, but there are certain things that are just common sense. There are things you can't teach. There are certain things you can't teach because they're just not in a person. Joe Milton played college football for 6 years. We don't think that no one ever tried to work on his touch. Joe Milton, if you think about his draft profile, and I said this the last game, you want to know why he always goes for the long passes? That's really the only thing he can throw. You want it 20-25, he'll put it on a rope. You want to throw it 65 yards? He won't put it on a rope, but he'll get it out there. He doesn't really have deep ball accuracy. A lot of people don't realize that. He doesn't have deep ball accuracy, but he can throw the ball deep. Brian is, and Calvin is asking the question, it's perfect. How do you teach touch? Good luck. Because you're not going to teach it in one game. You're not teaching touch in one game. I don't even think you're teaching touch in 1 or 2 seasons. That is going to require, and if you're going to do it in a season, he'll be on scout team. Get him a quarterback's coach. I don't know how he's going to work with him right now because he's going to be too busy helping with the game plans and stuff. But as soon as this season is over, if you really want him to be a bridge, because he is not going to be the quote-unquote quarterback of the future, I don't believe. By the time, if Dak Prescott stays healthy, this man won't even be the quarterback for the Cowboys until he's 29 years old. And I'm not saying you can't be an older quarterback and be a franchise quarterback, but I'm not making an older quarterback a franchise quarterback for me. I'm not doing it. If I'm the quarterback, if I'm the coach, the front office for the Cowboys, I'm not letting Joe Milton be the replacement for Dak Prescott. He can be a bridge, but he's not the replacement. No, I'm drafting that quarterback. I want a young quarterback. These quarterbacks, the formula is simple. You get you a young quarterback on a rookie deal, and you put all the players around him. That's what you do. But I'm not rolling with Joe Milton at 29 years of age. He could be a bridge for a year. No, I'm drafting my quarterback. Now, we're not going to be able to get a guy. I don't know why everybody been talking about Arch Manning. Man, Arch Manning probably coming out next year. And the Cowboys will literally have to just lose everything in order to get somebody like Arch Manning. It ain't going to happen. But I'm just telling us, man, this is why they're hitting him up with this stuff, because they know it's crazy what he's saying. These guys been around football long enough. Anybody knows this is crazy. The only way you're saying that this makes sense to you is that you obviously like Joe Milton. But this is not the time to be trying to develop a quarterback in a championship run season where you know full well that you got players that you really need to evaluate, in particular in a loaded wide receiver room. Man, you want them guys to get busy, man. You really do. If I'm the Cowboys, if this is what I struggle with Cooper Rush, but at the same time, I bet you this, I'm not downgrading from Cooper Rush. I'm upgrading. And at this point, they upgraded in athleticism, but they didn't upgrade where it counts, and that's quarterback.
From practice, like the one that he threw to Hunter that was literally, a laser beam, that was tight coverage. So like in reality, he probably had to throw that one with that much, but there's a way you kind of release the ball and the way it comes off your hand and you almost pull it back a little bit. It's more of a flick than a drive. And he certainly can do that. Looking back at the film, some of his missed throws were a little bit more, his footwork got a little sloppy. And so we're on him about that. Like, hey, let's make sure, I'm a big ground up guy in everything that you do. Fundamentally, it starts from the ground up, whether you're playing linebacker, corner, receiver, quarterback. And there were a few times where his footwork was off a little bit, and he was a little bit ahead of the route, Nick. So he was kind of waiting, and then he felt late, and so then he wanted to drive it in there.
So you would say it's less about arm mechanics, more about footwork stuff with him specifically?
I believe so.
I'm sorry. I just can't believe Brian. You know what? I believe what he's saying, But because of what he's saying is why I know that, and I'm not going to say I know.
Is there anything you could do with him to make it easier transition to start a game? Does that make sense?
If you got to work on all this, then you already know he's not the quarterback for you. Everything he's explaining is explaining to us that he's not the quarterback that you're looking for right now. So why waste time? People think this means you're getting rid of Joe. No. Okay, you know what? We've seen enough. Joe's developing. Let's let Will Grier, because Will Grier is going to need some snaps just in case. Because if we're going to say, okay, Will's going to be the backup quarterback, man, let's go ahead and get Will some reps. Let him start the next game. We'll let him play the first half. Joe play the second half. We already know. We pretty much know what we got in both of them. What? Somebody tell me. Help me out. Make this make sense to me. What can Joe Milton show you? What can Joe Milton show you in this game that would even make you say that he's a bona fide? What could he do in this game to make you say, yeah, he's backup quarterback? Tell me what he could do.
Yeah, I think, I talked to all the guys about, now's this time where you have to not only figure out your routine, but perfect your routine, right? Like, you got to figure it out. Like, hey, I like going out early and throwing. Nah, I don't want to go out early throw. Hey, I go out and throw, but I only want to throw these 10 routes, or I only want to throw to this guy, or hey, I want to go out and just listen to music or whatever it is. And so I'm on all the guys about just figuring that out, because you only got a couple more opportunities. You got this weekend, and it's not just the routine of game day. It's before the game. It's after the game. How do you watch the film? What do you do? How do you unwind? How do you figure all that out? And so, again, that's really more for him to figure out what he likes and what he doesn't. And I think that's any young player should be figuring that out. Like Dak tweaks things. Hey, he's going to do things different maybe than he's done it in the past.
On the backup quarterback stuff, and I realize it's hard to have answers to everything, but Dak's been a guy who's missed games for the last 5 years with injuries. He's 32 years old. How much of a risk is it going with two either inexperienced or young quarterbacks?
Yeah, I mean, there's a youthfulness to our roster. That's part of the.
Didn't I say it? See, I hadn't heard this interview. Bro, this don't even make football sense. You bring in two inexperienced quarterbacks on a championship level offense, and you're going to trust this offense to one of those two guys. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Brian is trying to give all these right answers. This is crazy. You don't do that. Bro, you go out there and find the best quarterback that's available. This is a championship level team. This is a championship level team, man. I'm telling you, this offense is crazy. If Dak stays healthy, none of this matters. None of this matters. Because I'm telling you, this offense is going to be, I'll be shocked if it's not top 5, top 7. I'll be absolutely shocked. The only thing we're missing is a one tech and a doggone cornerback. There's no way I would even entrust either one of these quarterbacks, because for me, for Will Grier to even agree to do this egregious nonsense is crazy to me. I'm sorry, a guy who's only had 2 NFL starts and been in the league 6 years ain't good enough to not be getting reps in the doggone preseason, ain't good enough to just step on the field the moment you need him and take this team or win these games with this team. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. And anybody who know football and anybody who just understand logic, that don't make sense. To have this is the perfect question. Come on, man. You got these two dudes. Exactly what I said earlier.
deal. I think we evaluate all those things, and we'll make those decisions at the appropriate time, Todd. And again, right now, my main focus is, let's get these guys ready to play, and let's figure out some of these decisions. But again, I don't have to make those decisions. We don't have to make those decisions right now, and we're still in the information gathering, process. And
third preseason game, we play September the 4th. We're still in the information gathering period. Gotcha.
Again, we'll sit down after we play Friday, and we'll make some decisions about the entire roster, and we'll see where they lead. And that's not just the backup quarterback. That's all positions. That's all position battles. And there'll probably be some surprises from some of the mock things that are out there in terms of, hey, I thought for sure this guy was going to make it. And you guys should probably have betting odds and stuff on that. I don't know if I can say betting odds, but because there's always going to be a few surprises when you look at any team's roster in the National Football League when you get down to cut down day.
All righty. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Brian, I got news for you. I'm still riding with you, but you're not going to surprise us.
Yes.
Brian, I'm telling y'all, I still love Brian. But the thing that's bothering me, and this is what me, Susan, and some of us are trying to figure out. What's bothering me is I can't figure out who this is. I can't figure out if this is Brian, because if it's Brian, I'm worried. If it's Brian, I'm absolutely worried. But if you're telling me that it's Jerry, I'm not as worried about Brian from the perspective of his judgment. I'm just worried about Brian from the perspective of, okay, so Brian is just kind of following along with Jerry. It's not that both of them are not concerning, but I can at least trust the fact that there will be times that the things that he can control, that he will make some good decisions. But I'm very concerned about how he's explaining this thing. The way he's explaining this thing with Joe Milton, man, it's dumb. He would be better off just not even answering these questions. These are not football answers. And again, I think we'll do this more towards, maybe we'll do this Friday. Maybe we'll do it Thursday and Saturday. We'll do it Thursday and Saturday. But Brian is saying that they may surprise us. No, they're actually not going to surprise me. I think just like, as much as we've talked about competitiveness, let me read some of the comments that I highlighted while we were listening. Let me bring some of these up. I thought there were some very good comments. This statement right here by Randy McIntyre. This is a megaton bomb. Because some of us were saying the same thing, Randy. Schotty doesn't sound like what he did 3 weeks ago. He's changed a whole lot. I agree. And you know when he changed to me, Randy McIntyre? It wasn't the scrimmage with the Rams. It was the preseason game with the Rams. The Rams busted us in the face in the scrimmage. We came out in the preseason game and they hit us in the face too. Brian hasn't sounded the same. I'm very interested to see how it goes this season. Ron Hanna said, well, it can't be the tape to determine quarterback 2, but Lord help us if we suffer an injury. Boy, I'm going to be praying hard. Because none of this matters if Dak Prescott stays healthy. None of it matters. C-Matt said Will Greer's going to have to come and ball out to take it. Jerry Jones is fascinated by Milton. Schotty is the conduit. I agree. Another megaton statement. I said it earlier. Jerry is in love with the bigger, faster, running, big arm quarterbacks, even though those quarterbacks don't translate into championships. They just don't. As much as, people always make me laugh when they say, yeah, man, he the prototypical size quarterback. The prototypical size? Well, why aren't the prototypical size quarterbacks winning Super Bowls? I don't think the prototype quarterback is body-wise. I think the prototypical quarterback is, how does he play quarterback? That's what we need to be basing the prototype on, not the body size and the athleticism. That stuff actually don't make sense to me when you look at the data. Rombowski is talking about the fact that the Cowboys come out and get beat up. He says if they lay an egg against the Philadelphia Eagles and go 1-2 between New York, Chicago, and Green Bay, so 1-4 after week 4, with this talk from Shotty, at least we'll know quick there was a reason why the other 31 lost. The other 31 teams lost interest in him as a head coach. I'm telling you though, Brian Schottenheimer is very fortunate. We've seen Dak Prescott win with less. We've seen Dak Prescott win 12 games up under 3 different coaches, 3 different coordinators. Dak Prescott in his first season with Jason Garrett, we saw 13 wins. Dak Prescott, when he got healthy, we saw him with Mike McCarthy. We saw 12 wins. He was a part of the 12 wins on one of them. We saw him have an absolute flawless, it was a flawless game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We've seen Dak Prescott do more with less. And I believe that Brian Schottenheimer is banking on Dak Prescott to stay healthy. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. It's the only thing that makes sense. Dak stays healthy, none of this matters. They're going to win double-digit games. It's not even going to matter. Susanna said, I already lost respect for Jerry. Now I'm rapidly losing respect for Brian. Man, Brian to me is one of them guys, like I said, man, he gives all the right answers. He's always got an answer for everything. But the thing that concerns me is when you have an answer for everything, you're having to give an answer for everything because things are not really shaping up the way that you keep answering. C. Matt D said, if Milton hits just one deep dime, he'll win the backup spot immediately. I agree. I agree. I'm gonna go out on a limb. If he even completes 60% of his passes, if he throws 2 touchdowns, they're going to justify him being the backup quarterback. I agree with you. No matter how bad he plays the rest of the game, if Jameis Winston hits the market, Dallas should snatch him up for the backup. I agree with that too. I'm telling you, see, Matt, I agree with you. No, this isn't Joe Milton's job. Joe Milton is not competing. The only one Joe Milton is competing with is himself. If Joe Milton comes out and improves, they'll justify him being the backup quarterback. Lost in translation, said the same thing. It feels like Jerry. This feels like Jerry to me. Lost in translation, he'll get that second half, but boy, you already know how that is. That's garbage time in a third preseason game. Robert M says, he said coaches' salaries are separate from the salary cap, and we chose this guy. He said, no disrespect, G, I'd be happy to be wrong, but I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm gonna ride with him. Because according to Brian Schottenheimer, I gotta wait and see. But according to Brian Schottenheimer, he's got a magic playbook that nobody has seen. And he's going to take this league by storm. This is why he hasn't shown anybody anything in training, in the preseason games. He hasn't shown anybody anything. And I can attest to the fact that some of the stuff we saw in training camp with Kevontae Turpin and all those types of plays, we haven't seen it with this offense that's been out here now. I'm going to trust that Dak Prescott's going to hit the ground running. And Dak Prescott is going to revert back to post Los Angeles Chargers game 2023 when Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb took off. We're going to see that Dak Prescott, who went on that 2023 MVP campaign, hits the ground running. And Matt Eberflus's defense, which we don't know what it's going to look like till we get all the starters on the field, that it's going to hit the ground running. And the Cowboys are going to come out and beat the Eagles, and we're going to be good. That's all I can figure. Ice Cold says, my crystal ball says Dak playing healthy all season, so no worries. I think that's where they are. I think that's where they are. David Leo said he's speaking Jerry. Brandon Cup said, I think Shotty not playing the starters because he thinks he's got some top. Again, exactly. He's got some top secret offense that no one has ever seen. This is what he's insinuating. He's insinuating it. Ron Hanna said it sounded really ridiculous, honestly, and the hoodie makes it worse. I mean, it was ironic he had that hoodie on while explaining why there's a guy that's actually not competing. Joe Milton is not competing. Will Grier has agreed not to compete. And these are the two guys that you're saying is going to back up your quarterback. That's crazy work to me. Lost in Translation said, can we get a starting one tech before we worry about a third-string quarterback? Lost in Translation, we're going to see. There's going to be some stuff shaking down. I'm hoping that we can get somebody. We already got a cornerback. We'll talk about that for a couple of minutes. We got a cornerback. I'm not jumping for joy for the cornerback, but hey, at least they went out and got somebody. Robert M. said any quarterback can stand on the beach and throw in the ocean. Yep. Skull Unknown said Dak replacement isn't here. Nope. Susan said he's been put on the spot and he's tripping himself up. See how he tries to switch up the conversation. Used car salesman. Yep. I agree with you, Susan. I agree with you. He doesn't know how to tell people it's not about me having the right answer. Let me just give you the answer I want you to know. We're still evaluating. Don't commit to anything. Don't try to justify what you're doing with Will Grier and Joe Milton, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to anybody who understands the meritocracy. Richard Owens said, gee, it does make sense to Jerry because he has told Shotty that he can have the regular season if he allows Joe to play the preseason games. Yep. I'm with you. It's got to be something. Lost in Translation said, this is Jerry with his fingers in the pudding. I have to agree with you. I'm just giving Shotty more credit. Shotty knows better than this. This don't make sense to anybody logical, man. It don't. It doesn't. Doesn't make sense, G. I mean, doesn't make sense. C-Bay said, I'm scared because someone in a previous one of your streams, G, said that Shotty was overlooked by plenty of teams for head coaching positions, and there was a reason why, and we all shrugged it off. Man, hey, you know what? I'm still riding with him. I'm riding with him, but this is a part of where I see Jerry in this. I do. Merrill Ray said this is why Wade Phillips was Jason Garrett, was Mike McCarthy, is Brian Schottenheimer. Man, Brian has got to do something to separate. Again, I'm riding with Shotty, but I just think he's giving too much information that's going to come back to bite him, like it's biting him now. Because nobody's buying what the reason why they're asking these questions, they're not buying what he's saying. Bro, you gotta compete hoodie on. Compete every day while giving us an excuse why two guys are not competing, and then try to sell us on the fact that Will Grier is competing in other ways. Man, tell that to somebody else. We ain't believing that. We're not believing that. That's crazy talk to me. All right. So let's kind of switch gears a little bit. Let's go to a couple of player interviews, because I've also find this to be very interesting that Joe Milton is being interviewed, or it was a player interview, and we'll listen to some other ones tomorrow. But I want to hear what Joe Milton said about himself, because I'm always interested in what he says about himself. And the way he grades himself, to me, it's almost like even he believes that he's way better than what he's showing us. It's like in his own, you're hearing, just listen how he kind of talks about himself. I like how he talks about himself, but then at the same time, it's like he's talking like somebody said, I think it's a good analogy. He talks like somebody whose dad is the coach. Like, hey man, I played bad, but it don't matter because I'm still going to play anyway. That's what he sounds like.
No, your email did not find me well. It found me curled in a ball crying under my desk. I didn't leave.
Joe, you said DD minus after the game last week. Now it's just a few minutes after. What's the grade this week?
For sure. If it wasn't for the interception, I feel like it would have been a smooth C+. But right now, I still feel like I give myself a D, just because I got to clean my eyes up. And just understand that if the boundary safety do roll down on that side, just expect something over top if it ain't cover zero.
What are the biggest things you're looking for as far as your growth when you look back at the tape?
How like smoothly did I play, and how calm was my feet this time around, instead of being on the first play of the Rams game and when my feet was all over the place, just how smooth was my feet and how clean was my eyes.
See, this is one of the things I was talking about earlier. Joe actually played with a pretty clean pocket for the most part. But Joe plays sometimes like there's pressure when there's actually not pressure. And one of the reasons why he may be playing like this, like Brian is saying, he's trying to get to know him. I don't think you're going to be able to get to know him in these preseason games. But I just don't think the way the Cowboys play offense, it don't work for him. And I think Brian tried to make an adjustment for him. I just don't think it works for him. If you go back and look at some of the Buffalo game, if you pay attention, some of the throws and plays that he made, it was plays where it was kind of like improvisation. Plays where you're just letting him loose. A little bit more Sandlot-ish. And if you look at how this offense is kind of geared, because Dak Prescott has turned to one of these doggone savant quarterbacks to where he's a very technical quarterback, Joe definitely is not there. And so Joe is trying to do all this processing and, they're trying to make him into, man, I'm just sorry. There's a lot of athletes out there that can throw a ball far. A lot of athletes out there that can throw a ball far. They just can. Not everybody can play quarterback. They can't. And I'm not saying that Joe can't play quarterback. Joe just needs, you're not going to see anything in the next preseason game unless you're trying to make yourself see it. Joe needs about 2 years of get him a show enough quarterback coach. Show enough quarterback coach that can work with him constantly in the offseason on all the things that you're trying to get. Because I want you to think about what he said. I'm sorry. You're not going to teach Joe Milton touch between, in what, how many days? You're not teaching Joe touch. The stuff that he's saying Joe needs to improve on. He's not doing it in one game. To teach a quarterback touch, to throw with a touch, you're not teaching that in one game. You're not. It don't make sense. You're not. It don't make sense. Joe needs a couple of years. He really does. He's got all the quote unquote tools, as people say. But I've learned this myself trying to fix stuff. I go and buy tools. That's fine. Don't matter if you got the right tool if you don't know how to use it. It don't matter if you got the right tool and even when you've been told how to use it. Sometimes you don't know the right torque to use the right tool with. And that's when you start figuring out, when you start doing certain things and you tear it up and you go, now I see why people get paid to do this. Man, I'm just telling you, there are just certain things, man, that people can't do. Quinn says, so after 2 preseason games, you're saying that Joe Milton can't improve. Who said that? But I'm saying something that makes sense. He's not going to improve from the last game to this one. Joe regressed in the last game. Brian Schottenheimer even said it in a fancy way. He regressed with a whole different game plan. He regressed. He's not going to get better to where they want him to be. What are you trying to see? What are you trying, Quinn, what are you trying to see? The stuff that Brian is talking about is not 1 week of learning. So you telling me, Quinn? So you telling me that they didn't notice in OTAs? That they didn't notice in training camp? They didn't notice in training camp that his feet were not good? You telling me in training camp they didn't notice certain things about his eyes, certain things about his touch? You telling me they didn't notice that stuff? Because I can tell you this, some of the people in Dallas that I listened to saying they were noticing this stuff already. And whatever they've been working with him on in practice, it hasn't translated to the field. He regressed. And he was not under tremendous pressure. I don't know where we're getting that from. He was not under tremendous pressure. But he played like he was under tremendous pressure. And that's exactly what Brian is explaining with his feet. He got happy feet. And I said this last week. Anybody who listened to me last week, I noticed what he does when he's trying to throw a touch pass because he can't control his arm. He'll try not to step into a throw. And that's why with as strong as his arm is, anybody notice that sometimes his passes are short? How's his passes short when his arm is so strong? Because he can't control it. So he won't step into it. He won't go through the motion. He'll try to just throw it off a back foot on purpose. He does this stuff. You're not teaching him in another game. That's the point. Man, you got to let Will Grier. It's crazy to me. We're talking out of both sides of our neck. Yeah, man, we know what Will Grier is. Yeah, he only started 2 games in 6 seasons. So you're saying that if Milton ain't good enough, that you even going to put the team in his hands. I got problems with that. But again, none of this matters if Dak stays healthy. I'm praying. I'm praying. Brandon Cupp said Milton can flip his way out of here. And that's what impresses Jerry. Newhouse families, somebody was saying that Jerry's impressed with the stuff he can, like the backflips and stuff. That's what he's crazy about. Brandon Cupp said it. No, not Brandon Cupp. Somebody said it earlier. I'm sorry if I don't acknowledge you. But Jerry is in love with the physical attributes of Joe Milton. That's what he's in love with. And because of those attributes, he's saying, man, we can turn this guy into this, that, or the other. C-Bay said, if we compete in meetings, we know what to expect. This is Jerry Jones. Boy, I'm praying this ain't what it is, though. I'm riding with Brian. I'm riding with Brian because I think once he starts coaching on the field with the starters, Jerry don't get to control that. Jerry won't be able to control that because ain't nobody in their right mind going to make some of the personnel moves or do some of the stuff that Jerry's doing now. But see, I feel sorry for Joe Milton because the Cowboys are trying to do something with him that he's not ready to do. And the one that's suffering for it is him. He's the one suffering for it. The Cowboys would have did better bringing in Joe Milton, bringing in another backup quarterback that's better than Joe Milton, and then just working with Joe Milton like that. Don't work with Joe Milton as if he's about to be, hey, man, if that goes down, you're going to be the man. No, don't work with him like that because he's not ready for that. I blame the Cowboys for that. Why do him like that? And I don't even know why any of us would think that's right. Why do him like that? But I know why the Cowboys are doing what they did, because the Cowboys knew that they could get him dirt cheap. I mean, they got him, what, $1 million over the next 3 years. They got him dirt cheap. But we don't even realize it's not even fair to Joe Milton what they're doing to him. And looking at him in this conversation that he's having, he looks a little distraught. And this is why I told y'all, you can tell me anything you want to. Man, you missing it if you don't think that these players are not looking at a 31-13 trouncing and saying, no big deal. It's just preseason. I'm developing. I'm trying to get better. He looks frustrated.
What happened on that sequence that led to the safety? What are you looking at?
Yeah, just looking at Mingo, knowing that he beat the corner, seeing the boundary safety roll down to that side, and just knowing that I had a one-on-one over there with Mingo in that corner, I just trusted Mingo, but I just got to fix my eyes and see the post safety rolling over there.
On the blitz that led to the safety, was it just that you didn't feel the blitzer coming in out the next side?
Yeah, I didn't see him. I knew my hot responsibilities. I just didn't see him just because there was a bunch over there, and he was hiding between the tight end and the bunch, so I really just couldn't see him.
Going into your final preseason game, now having the 2 under your belt, what do you feel like you absolutely have to put on film against the Falcons?
I wouldn't say I have to, just have to put something on film. I just feel like I need to just get better day by day, and not just getting 1% better and taking that up to 2%. And just try to get better, challenging my teammates around me to keep pushing me, and I just keep pushing myself too.
See, this is the kind of stuff that bothers me. These guys have put way too much on Joe. This is what happens when you come to Dallas. I love the Dallas Cowboys. This is what happens when you come to Dallas. This is why Mazi Smith is going through what he's going through. This is Dallas. This is Dallas. The expectations in Dallas are off the chart. And Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you, I don't think Brian, this is why I'm still riding with Brian, because I want to see what he looks like after this season. After he finds out that this is actually the hottest seat in sports. After he finds out the true pressure of being a Dallas Cowboy. Because I'm telling you, you mess around and get behind the 8 ball and you lose more games than you win in the first half of the season. Shoot, you better have your mind right. Because they're going to destroy you. Including people that are rooting for you. I'm not going to destroy him because I think he needs a year. I think Brian needs a year to see what it's like to be the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He needs a year of that. He needs a year of dealing with the Dallas media. He needs a year of dealing with just the court of public opinion on social media. He needs a year of hearing these 3- and 4-letter networks every single week destroying his team, destroying him. He needs to get a year of content creators and even gleaning things from us. Brian needs a whole year. Because, see, everybody think they can step in this seat. Everybody think they can step in this Cowboys coaching seat. Everybody think they want it until they get it. Everybody think they want it until they get it and realize that Jerry is not going to give you everything that you want. That Jerry is actually going to give you some things that he wants. That Jerry is going to do these things with these contracts. It don't, again, see, people think it don't bother me about Micah Parsons. I'm very bothered about Micah Parsons. I just know how Jerry Jones operates. And I still think it's a little bit different the way this Micah and Jerry thing is operating compared to Dak and CD. But nevertheless, I still know that some of this is how Jerry operates. See, Brian needs a whole year of that. Then I'm going to see where Brian is. I'm not going to judge Brian on what's going on right now. No, Brian is a first-year head coach. I don't care what anyone says. I tell people all the time, man, you can live with a man or a woman for 15 years. You don't know him till you marry him. You don't know a person till you marry him. You can be an assistant coach all you want to. You don't know what it's like to be a head coach until you become a head coach. And so Brian said all the right things. But I'm noticing after that Rams game, he got punched in the face. Now in this Ravens game, he got an uppercut from Mike Tyson. He's noticing, and this is his second team, but he's noticing all this stuff I've been talking about with energy. Where's the energy been since that Rams game? Y'all tell me where it's been. Y'all remember before that first game with the Rams? Yeah, man, energy. I noticed it in the scrimmage. The Rams had more energy. See, Brian gonna learn. You can't just talk about it, you gotta be about it. You can't just talk about it, you gotta figure out a way to apply it and make, because at the end of the day, it's the players that's playing. So how do you get them to play the way you want them? How do you get them to be the team that you want them to be? Now, I'm just telling you, this stuff he's doing with Joe Milton, you can tell me what you want to. But we're just looking at this from the Joe Milton perspective. I'm looking at this from wide receivers who are trying to make this team. I'm looking at this from the offensive perspective, who they're trying to do certain things. The defense who was on the field for 40 minutes. It is hard to have confidence in a coach who's beating his head against the wall. And you're looking at this coach saying, man, we got to do this another week. See, we're making this all about Joe Milton getting more reps, not concerned about the people who are getting reps around him. And they're saying, bro, we got to do this again. I want to show this and show this and show this and show this. And in 2 games, this dude has only got me 1 pass. I'm telling us we're not looking at this from that perspective. And so again, I want to see where Brian is after this whole season. If Brian does what he's supposed to do, he's going to win. If this team don't get injured, he's going to win. The adversity is going to come for him when there's a major injury. And I'm just telling us, I'm praying, because there's only one injury I can see right now that can hold us back. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is the only injury I could see holding us back. I'm telling us. But Brian, man, I think Brian needs a year. I really do. I think Brian needs a year. Brian needs to understand what he's dealing with, because I don't think Brian, I'm just telling you, I don't think Brian understands the monster that he's dealing with. Man, this is the Dallas Cowboys, bro. This stuff that you saying ain't going to fly. It ain't going to fly, bro. It is not going to fly unless you win. And I'm telling you, even you got to understand, man, Brian is in a predicament. 12 wins ain't enough. I'm telling us. 12 wins ain't enough. We've seen it. We've been here. We've done it. It's not enough. The only thing that I believe that satisfies this franchise, that satisfies this fan base, is a playoff win. It's the only thing that satisfies this fan base. That's how I see it. It's a playoff win. Everybody is saying the minimum is a playoff win. I want to see the adversity. How does he handle the adversity this first year? We're gonna see what he does. But I think they put way too much on. I think they put way too much on Joe Milton. I think this team has put too much on him as it applies to Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer, and Stephen Jones. I think they put too much on this man's plate. I think the media has put too much on this. Some of the media, not all of them, but some of the media have put too much on this man's plate. I think social media has put too much on this man's plate. I think the 3 and 4 letter networks, people like Shady McCoy and the James Joneses, the Chase Daniels, the guy who was the host, I forget his name, these people all screaming. Even my favorite wide receiver, Michael Irvin. We got us one. Y'all remember Michael Irvin? Dak better not leave the field. This was Michael Irvin, my favorite wide receiver. I ain't gonna never hate on Michael Irvin. I'm just telling us the truth. This is what he was saying. And the part that we miss, you don't think these players are hearing that? You don't think Joe Milton is hearing that? When you start hearing that stuff, man, when people start hyping you up, man, you start believing it. It takes a different kind of individual to shut out the noise and say, no, I'm not listening to all that junk. I'm not going to let you build me because I'm not going to let you kill me. I got work to do. And I'm going to put everything out there on the field. I'm not playing like, because he's really, you know, even when you hear him talk, I just got to get 1% better every single day. I wonder if he's talking like this if he wasn't being guaranteed that he's starting every single preseason game. I wonder what he would feel like if he was being told your snaps depends on how you do in the first game. Or your reps depend on how good you're doing in the game. I just think they put too much on him. I do.
Which one? The yeah. Like I explained, seeing the boundary safety rolling down to the left, just got to get my eyes correct. Seeing the post safety roll over top, and that's pretty much it.
It's more of a vision thing than like an overthrow.
I wouldn't say. I mean, yeah, you could say that. Just got to see the post safety rolling over top, pretty much.
Thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Thank y'all.
Now, I don't know about y'all. Joe looked a little rattled to me. Joe looked a little rattled. Cause I'm gonna tell you, man, he needs to be thanking God for being on the Dallas Cowboys. Cause I'm just telling you, a lot of teams aren't giving you these type of opportunities. You don't get these type of, a lot of people are saying we got to see what Milton is. Only in Dallas. Only in Dallas do you do this stuff. Because I'm just telling you, you don't get these opportunities every day. Nope, you do not get these opportunities. Ash Richards over there with the Indianapolis Colts. Now they brought Daniel Jones in and immediately put pressure on that joker. You just don't get this. You don't get these type of opportunities, man. You just don't. I feel sorry for him. I'm just telling you. I just think they put too much on this man. I do. I think they put too much on him. And even the way Brian Schottenheimer talked about it. Susan Paul talked about it early on. The way Brian was talking about him. I said it early on. Why is Brian talking about this man like this? And then he did one of the same egregious things that Mike McCarthy did last year when Dak Prescott got hurt. And when Mike McCarthy started comparing Cooper Rush to Rich Gannon? What? Bro. You can have any opinion you want to about Cooper Rush as a backup quarterback. But to compare him to Rich Gannon? What? Insanity. Insanity to compare that man to Rich Gannon. What did Brian Schottenheimer do? Haven't been around anybody that can throw like Joe Milton other than Brett Favre. Why, Brian? Why, bro? Why compare this man to a Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback? Come on, Brian. Who does this, man? That's like somebody trying to compare me to Stuart Scott. Come on, man. Come on. Comparisons are the robber of joy. Man, you rob people joy when you start comparing. And to mention this man in the same breath as Brett Favre? Just didn't do this, man. I'm just telling us. Some of us, I don't know. This new generation is different for me. But I'm sorry, you just don't do this to a man. Joe Milton looks a little bit distraught. And as much as Brian keeps trying to talk him up, and I can tell they're trying to save his ego, bro, the man is looking at his own play on the film, and it is disparaging to him. We'll see at the end of the day. I guess at the end of the day, it don't matter. If Dak Prescott stays healthy, this is all null and void. And even when Brian Schottenheimer starts talking about that he wants to have a knockdown, drag out practice this week. Bro, you talking about the backups, man. What are you talking about, bro? You talking about the backups, Brian? Man, what are you talking about, man? You talking about the backups. What is this gonna do? And in the bubble game, bro. It is what it is. I'm just hoping that this first team come out. I hope they come out and be banging. I hope our first team is banging. I do think they're going to be banging. Let me read this super chat. Randy McIntyre, he says, this is too big for Milton. We need a backup. Yeah. That's where I really think they put too much on this man's plate. James, is not doom and gloom. You only hearing the part of the conversation you want to hear. Our offense, our starting offense is going to be insanity. Brian, you're speaking, you're not listening. You're only hearing the parts you want to hear. I've already mentioned this. We're talking about the backups in the grand scheme of things. That's why in the grand scheme of things, what Brian is even saying, I want to have a crack-a-lack in practice. For what? What are you having a crack-a-lack in practice for? For what? It's not like you're playing the starters. For what? What are you doing? And you're definitely not out there trying to hurt your starters. What are you doing? No, it's not negative talk. I'm responding to what Brian is saying. And rightfully so, these media members are putting him on the spot. They should be. And like I keep saying, none of this matters if Dak Prescott stays healthy. None of it matters. None of it matters. It's not negative talk. It's the fact of how they continue, how Brian continues to over-defend Joe Milton. And I'm telling you, they have brought this dude in and talked him up like he gonna be this, that, and the other. Gotta stop this stuff, man. We do this stuff in Dallas. We bring in a player in the Dallas and we just sell ourselves on best thing since sliced bread. And we put all this pressure on. And pressure, it either busts pipes or it makes diamonds. And some people, they don't have the elements yet to be what they need to be. They don't have the elements to be that. And so, again, none of this matters. Dak Prescott stays healthy. And I still think this is what they're really banking on. Because when you look at the Cowboys starting offense, it's a problem. It's an absolute problem, period. It's a problem. The Cowboys should easily be able to knock off quite a few teams. But they better. They better knock off some teams. Because if not, they coming for Brian. I'm just telling you. They coming for Brian. But like I said, I've been saying this from the beginning. I'm rolling with Brian. I just think he needs another year. Brian needs a year too. And I've been saying this from the beginning. Brian needs a year too. Because I don't think Brian, you can't, I just don't think there's a job anywhere that can prepare you for being the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think there's nothing that can prepare you. I don't. My man Chanel in the crib, he said, I think we should have picked up Tyrell Ford of the Edmonton Elks. He is known for his ability to shut down receivers, making him a difficult player to gain separation against him, best cornerback in the CFL. You know what? It makes you wonder why, what is wide as the Cowboys cast their net, as wide as the Cowboys cast their net, Chanel. Why didn't they cast their net to the doggone CFL? Let's pull up this cornerback that the Cowboys signed. I don't really know a lot about him, but I do know this. He has crossed paths. His name is Michael Ojemudia. He's crossed paths. He used to be with the Chicago Bears, and that's his claim to fame. Yeah, that's his claim to fame. The Cowboys have signed him. Not really what, I mean, we'll see. And even him playing good in the USFL, understand he's not Perion Winfrey. I mean, what happened was, if I'm not mistaken, he wound up coming in during the playoffs, I think they were saying, in the USFL. And he wound up doing really good. And so some of them were saying, they said the coaches all agreed that he should be in the NFL. This is kind of what I was reading today, doing some research on him. I'm not really sure on who he is. And I don't think any of us going to really know who he is. And I think this is more of, we'll see if this is strictly for him playing in this game. We'll see if that's what this is for. Because, he comes in a game before the cuts. So what in the heck is he going to do? What is he going to do to make the team? I was trying to see if our man Matty Dubs might have had some stuff on him. I don't see anything from Matty Dubs on him, but I don't really know what to make of this dude Michael J that they went and picked up, Maybe some of y'all can tell me, Chanel, you watch a lot of college football. You tell me what you think about him. Not really sure, but I'm sure that a lot of Cowboy fans were not necessarily blown away when everybody said we wouldn't got Michael Ojemedia. I heard his name pronounced, but I got to hear it again. But not sure everybody's excited about him. I don't really see anything on him. Let me see here. I mean, there are some highlights on him and stuff like that, but that was from way back in college. I mean, he was in a 2020 draft. So again, he played with Matt Eberflus, didn't start with the Bears. So we'll see. But again, that's why for me, I just don't think, Brian was saying, Lisa Worley, what did you say over here? Lisa Worley, did you say you'd rather have Quincy Carter? Boy, if people could remember the Quincy Carter days. Yeah, Michael Ojemudia. Say that fast 5 times. Ojemudia is his name. Michael Ojemudia. I just don't know where he really fits in the grand scheme of things. I really don't. I don't know where he fits. I mean, he just may be a guy that the Cowboys just want to come in and see what he is in this preseason game, and then he gets cut again. I just don't see where he fits into the grand scheme of things. I really don't. But again, just kind of looking at this roster before we listen. I want to listen to Mike Sando before we get off here tonight. Listen to him talk about Dak Prescott. But when you look at this Cowboys roster, there's no surprises to me. I mean, I think the first team, I think what we're actually looking at right here, I think this is pretty much the first team roster. There's no surprises on the offensive side of the ball. This is the first team roster. Pickens, Tolbert, Lamb, Guyton, Smith, Beebe, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele, Jake Ferguson, Dak, Javonte is the starting running back, I believe. Hunter Lipke. That's the starting running back. I mean, the starting offense. You look at the defense. I think this is pretty much where we are on the defense. They got Nealon, Mozzie, Oso Digizua, Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons, Demarion Overshown, which we know he's not playing. So I think that'll be Maurice Leofau. We got Kenneth Murray. And it looks like they were playing 3 linebackers out there. So I see Kenneth, Jack, and Maurice being those linebackers starting out. We got Malik, Donovan Wilson, Deron Bland, and the other cornerback, Trayvon Diggs. We already know he's going to be on the team, but Kyer Elam is going to be that cornerback. And then, of course, you got Brandon Aubrey, Brian Anger. This stuff ain't moving. Trent Sieg. This stuff ain't moving. Kavontae Turpin is the punt returner and the kick returner. See, that stuff ain't moving. And I don't know how many players that is. That's somewhere around, what is that? It's 22. You're talking about 11, so that's 22 players right there. You start looking at the special teams. That's another, what is that? 7 to 8 players. So you're at about 29 to 30. You count Demarion Overshown, Trayvon Diggs. That's 31. Ezraku, Jay Toya. Again, we know those guys. Fowler, Solomon Thomas, Muakamu, Israel Mukwambu, Wanye Thomas, Savon Revel Jr. We know those guys are all making it right there. You think about it. There'll be very few surprises. Sam Williams is going to be on the team. I mean, just looking this far back, Shamar James, some of these people, Damone Clark, the last game he really played well, Marquise Bell, Kalen Carson. We know those people are making the team. I just don't see anywhere that he said they're going to surprise us. The only place they could surprise us, to me, And it really won't be a surprise. With as good as some of us believe Trayshawn Holden has played, it will not surprise me if Trayshawn Holden don't make the team and the Cowboys try to like put him on the practice squad. And I'm telling you, I just don't think he'll make it. But in the grand scheme of things, this Cowboys roster with the maybe -5 players? Maybe -5 players. The Cowboys are going to make any kind of moves. Nothing else will surprise me. And the way they've been talking about Zion Childress, probably is going to make the team. It wouldn't surprise me even at the Booth at that interception. It wouldn't surprise me if Booth didn't make the team. But again, I don't see a lot of, y'all tell me, I don't see a lot of surprises they can make on that roster. I don't see it. Nope, don't see it at all. And again, Michael Ojamita, Mudia, I don't even know what to make of him. Y'all tell me, I don't even know what to make of him. I went and looked at some stuff today, but this guy's from like way back there. And again, he's been in the league for a while, but he hadn't really done anything. Haven't really done anything. So y'all tell me what y'all think on the cornerback situation. It doesn't seem like he's going to be anything major. But again, Brian Schottenheimer is banking. He is banking on previous history. Dak Prescott coming off these injuries, dynamite. Dak Prescott now has prime CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens entering his prime. Dynamite on that offensive side of the ball. Dynamite. And even the defense, I think, will be good. But we need a one-tech, and who knows, hopefully something will come down on this whole one-tech thing. And we'll see what happens when people start shaking players. But again, let's check out this last clip I want us to hear. I don't know if y'all know there was a ranking here recently, and people didn't make a whole hoopla about it. They didn't make a big hoopla about it. But Dak Prescott, once again, gets shunned and winds up in the second tier of the quarterbacks this year. So Mike Sando is the one that made the list. Let me see. I don't know if y'all saw this. I'm not even this stuff. I'm to the point now. I don't even look at this. It's just I don't even care about this stuff no more. It's just dumb. But I did get interested when I saw the fact that they had talked about that he came on to talk about why he did it. So let's pull up this interview from him and listen to this before we get out of here.
Imagine bringing your side project to life.
But it's time now to talk with one of our favorite football writers. 28th season covering the NFL. You see him now at The Athletic. He's a Hall of Fame selector. And he's got one of the best names in football, Mike Sando, here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
It's great to have you. Now, Dak Prescott's so polarizing. What's been the reaction to putting him where you did?
You know, I don't think he's not that polarizing for people in the league. You know, when I do this survey every year, I've got 50 coaches and executives, so there's a good cross-section of people, and I think most people agree he's kind of a low 2. Some put him as a 3, and what that means is you can win with him, and that's exactly what the Dallas Cowboys have done. They've won with him, but they haven't won big with him, and so, you know, that's why he's not higher. I think this is the lowest he's been this year in the 2020s. You'd have to go back to 2019. So he slipped some within tier 2.
Now watch this. I haven't seen Mike Sando's list. I glanced at it, but I didn't look at it. I don't really know where Dak is on it. But you know what's weird? If I was a betting man, Lamar Jackson has only one more playoff win than Dak Prescott. Somebody tell me, when has the Baltimore Ravens won big with Lamar Jackson? When have the Baltimore Ravens won big? Somebody tell me. It's strange to me that they'll move these goalposts when it comes to Dak Prescott, but they'll put Lamar Jackson with one more playoff win than Dak Prescott and better teams around him than Dak Prescott. They still got Derrick Henry last year. And only one more playoff game than usual. This is Lamar Jackson. I'm very interested in where did they put him.
But I think most people feel he's still good and good enough. But at a certain point, we want to see some postseason results probably to move up.
What do you think needs to happen for that to happen?
I thought they already did it. They got better on defense, for a while there. Look, this team was second to Kansas City in regular season wins over a 3-year period.
This dude said the Cowboys defense? Total lies.
But, it's a mystery. Is it, have they needed better coaching in those big games? Have they needed Dak to step up and carry them in a couple moments, and he hasn't been able to do that? It's tough to say what it is, but there's clearly been something missing. And it's not just Dak. Obviously, it goes back farther than him, and they've had good quarterback play. Tony Romo was very good as well. So, we've all heard the common denominator, is the owner. But as Emmitt Smith said recently, too, they've had pretty good teams. Someone's got to break through.
What do you think about, Dak's profile as a quarterback on the other side of 30? He's picked up some injuries. He's had high turnover rate in 2 of the last 3 years. Do you see him sliding more from here? Or do you think he holds his spot and has a chance of moving up here in the balance of his career?
Yeah. I'm a little worried. I think he looks a little stiffer than he did earlier. He was never this most amazing run-around athlete, but he's always been athletic enough, and it feels to me like some of that's waning, and I do have some injury concerns. Now, people forget that the last full season he played, I think he was second in MVP voting. So I'm not saying he's done. If he's healthy this year, he may be good to go. I think Brian Schottenheimer is going to help him out. I think Schottenheimer did a good job with when he was in Seattle with Russell Wilson. I live in the Seattle area, been around that team. I think Russell Wilson had some of his best years, maybe his best years, with Shotty. So I think there's hope. I think that he can be an upper half quarterback, but we're nearer probably the end than the beginning for him.
I think one of the biggest takeaways that I had in your write-up here, Mike, was the quote, "I'm not necessarily worried about anything when I play him, but he's just solid." That was from a defensive coordinator in regard to Dak. Is that really the thing that holds him back from being in that elite conversation with the Allens and the Mahomes and the Lamar Jacksons, et cetera?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. There's always been a feeling with Dak that, he needs.
I would love to know who that coach is, because I've heard other coaches speak glowingly about Dak Prescott, talking about how great he is, all the things he can do, and all the problems that he causes for defense. See, this is the thing that's so funny when you write with slants, and you will pull something from somebody that you agree with, and because you agree with them, you emphasize it. I guarantee you there are a lot of coaches, when you ask them about Dak Prescott, they are worried. And not only that, but when you start talking about a quarterback and being worried about a quarterback, there's 2 ways you're going to be worried about it. If he's a running quarterback and the weapons that he has. Now, we all know that Dak Prescott has not been a running quarterback as much as he was since he broke the ankle. But we also know in 2023, Dak Prescott with one wide receiver, he had a whole lot of teams worried. The weapons matter too. And I promise you this year, teams will be worried about Dak Prescott because of the weapons around him. They will be worried. Dak's going to be a problem for a whole lot of teams.
Needs a little bit more of the run game to be take the ball out of his hands some, that you may not want to be just throwing it around. Now, I think he's shown that he can be a little bit of a higher volume passer, but yeah, I think that's a factor. Like when you play obviously when you play those guys in Tier 1, you're like, oh my gosh, we got Josh Allen this week. Look, we're going to have trouble just tackling them, you know. And I think with some of those guys in the top of Tier 2, you know, I think there's Jaden Daniels may have a little bit of that now. Justin Herbert is just so physically impressive. There's something missing there. But, you know,
At least he admitted that, because most people won't.
I think Dak's in that next group where Jared Goff is and you know, Baker Mayfield. Wouldn't you say he's kind of in that range?
Sure. Just one more
I wouldn't say it,
screenshot.
but if they want to see it, they can. I got the list pulled up. We'll look at it here in just a moment.
I really don't want to talk football with you. I want to talk about Nobu and the podcast that you and I are going to do. Just kind of rating sushi, going around the country and kind of trying it out. Do you think that we have some
true with Burrow? I think one of the reasons Jaden Daniels was so high, bottom 10 defense. You're in the NFC Championship game, and you're the running game and the passing game. I mean, that's hard to do. It's very rare for a rookie to be able to do that. So he got boosted up. Yeah, that context is really important.
I've been going back and forth with people about Matthew Stafford over the last couple of years. I loved how high Stafford was, but even I was a little surprised Tier 1 in that group with some others. I mean, were you surprised that Stafford made Tier 1 for the first time?
I was a little bit. Now, there's a huge gap between him and those top guys. I think he's 26 votes of the 50 in Tier 1, which is just like barely gets you in there. But he's been hanging around near Tier 1. And if you look at how I do this, you know, I change some of the voters every year. So maybe there's 20 new voters, and I just happen to swerve into 5 guys that really love Stafford more. And so he got 5 more votes in Tier 1 this year, and that kind of moved him across the border into Tier 1 territory, I think, without anybody really seeing him differently, if that makes sense.
Mike Sando with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I couldn't help but notice some of the quotes on Caleb Williams and where he came in at number 23. What do you think the thought is about him, and where's the optimism now that he's got Ben Johnson?
I thought it was super striking that of those 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round in 2024, almost all, you know, there wasn't much to say on J.J. McCarthy, didn't play, but on everybody else, except for Caleb Williams, pretty positive. You know, especially, you know, Jaden, Bo Nix, even Drake May, people said, hey, tough situation he went to. I liked what the guy showed. With Caleb, it was kind of like, man, alarming processing. I'm not sure he's going to be able to process the game quickly enough. And I thought, okay, is he being held to a number 1 overall sort of generational standard, or is this a real concern? And I think it was a real concern with enough people that it's definitely one to watch this year, and it's not as optimistic as you would have thought when they drafted him or hired Ben Johnson.
Mike, does Kenny Pickett get like an edible arrangement or some kind of gift for being all alone there in Tier 5 by himself?
On this, like your Hall of Fame conversation, if this guy's bad, we may know what kind of clothes look good on him, you know, and we may look at that and go, I can't pull that off, but he's got it. He does, that guy,
man.
and I think
he's an idiot. I love him. He's an idiot.
All right, so it looks like they kind of finished up their conversation on Dak Prescott. Now, I'm going to show you where they're hypocritical on this. I have the list pulled up right here. Let me show you where they're hypocritical on this list. Let's see. So this looks like the list I'm thinking right here. Yeah, Mike Sando, NFL quarterback tiers 2025. Now, this is where these lists always fall apart. Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the no-brainer. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, no-brainer. I say Josh Allen is a no-brainer, but again, you know, he said when people play Josh Allen, understand when people play Josh Allen. The only thing they're worried about with Josh Allen is running, because Josh Allen is a turnover machine. This man won MVP last year, not because he had one of his best years, but because he had the least turnovers that he's had in years. Tell me that isn't crazy. Then you have Lamar Jackson on here. Lamar Jackson, to me, is the one that makes that's crazy. That's crazy to me. Because Lamar Jackson doesn't really have a lot of playoff success. And Lamar Jackson has had some great teams around him. Absolute great teams around him. And he still hasn't won. And they said last year, well, if Lamar Jackson if Lamar Jackson doesn't do it this year, he's got some answers. Only for them to turn around and give him another excuse. This is Lamar Jackson's playoff record. Make it make sense. Lamar Jackson is 3-5. He's tier 1. And he said there's a huge gap between the top 4 and Matthew Stafford. Lamar Jackson is 3-5. Dak Prescott is 2-5, I believe it is, if not 2-6. He has one more playoff win than Dak Prescott. Make it make sense. This obviously can't, because he said that Dak hasn't won big. That's why he's so low. So Lamar Jackson has won big? Tell me what Lamar Jackson has won big. Dak Prescott, I'm sure, has won as many games, if not more, than Lamar Jackson within those in that time span. But one of the things that they do with Lamar Jackson, and I think this is more of an indictment of somebody who, why are you giving him the benefit of the doubt? He's been to 4 Pro Bowls, 3 All-Pros, 2-time MVP, which one of those should have been Dak Prescott's, but I digress. PFWA MVP, 2-time Bell Award. I mean, when you look at all these accolades, explain to me, with not a mediocre coach, with a Super Bowl winning coach who won with a lesser quarterback, greater defense, but a lesser quarterback. But if you're as good as Lamar Jackson, then you should be able to maybe overcome some of that stuff with the defense. But you still only got one more playoff win than Dak Prescott. Make it make sense that Lamar Jackson is tier 4. So we're basing it on the personal accolades, or we're basing it on the wins? Because with Dak Prescott, you just told us that the Cowboys haven't won big with him, and that's why he's further down the list. But Lamar Jackson, they haven't won big with him, but I guess because he has personal accolades, you say that, what? He deserves to be in number 4? It's crazy to me how they do these double standards. And I don't even understand the whole Matthew Stafford thing. Do we realize we're still letting Matthew Stafford, that we are letting Matthew Stafford ride 1 Super Bowl? Y'all do realize that, right? Matthew Stafford is riding 1 Super Bowl. That's what he's riding. And we continue to let him ride it. And people act like it's okay. Yeah, go ahead and put him on these lists. Yeah, he's top this, top that. It took him 12 years to win a Super Bowl. He hasn't been back to the Super Bowl. They looked better last year, and a lot of that can be contributed to their defense. Their defense was absolutely stellar. But it is crazy to me that when it comes to Dak Prescott is judged at his worst. Matthew Stafford and Lamar Jackson are being judged on their best, even though Lamar Jackson has only one more playoff game than Dak Prescott, and Matthew Stafford got his lone Super Bowl win with the Rams on an absolute super team, and everybody knows that it was. Matthew Stafford won a Super Bowl on a super team. And this man actually made the excuse that Dak Prescott has had great defenses around him. Well, I'm going to bust this guy's bubble, and I'm just showing you how these people continue to move the goalpost when it comes to Dak Prescott. You start looking at these Dallas Cowboys defensive rankings. So this guy said the Cowboys have had great defenses with Dak Prescott. Somebody explain to me what this guy's talking about. Somebody explain to me what Mike Sando, what is he looking at? Y'all tell me, what is he looking at? Where is he getting this from? Their defensive rankings fluctuated between 2021 and 2024. They were ranked in, it says here in 2021, they were ranked 19th. In 2022, they were ranked 19th. In 2023, they made significant strides, improving to 5th overall. Now, y'all do know that 2023 was fool's gold, right? Everybody knew that 2023 was fool's gold. Why? Because we couldn't stop the run. And a lot of people don't realize why we were able to pull that off. Why were we able to pull off the 5th ranked defense? But then we got to the playoffs and got absolutely obliterated because we couldn't stop the run. We couldn't stop the run, and we couldn't throw the ball. Dak Prescott was forcing the ball because they relegated him down to one receiver. And when they covered up CeeDee Lamb, it was a wrap. But let me show you how these people's arguments with Dak Prescott, they don't want to admit it, but their arguments with Dak Prescott are filled with holes. And they judge Dak Prescott on a whole different scale than they're judging all these other teams. When you look at the Dallas Cowboys 2023 record, let me just show you this Cowboys 2023 record. Let me tell you why the Cowboys defense looks so good. His name is Rain Dakota Prescott. And even though he doesn't play defense, some people act like he does, but I want you to see how bad the Cowboys were beating teams. They beat the Giants 40-0. They beat the Jets 30-10. Got beat by the Cardinals. We beat the Patriots 38-3. We beat the 49ers, beat us 42-10. We scraped by the the Los Angeles Chargers with 20-17. So when you start looking at how the Cowboys started early on, this was one of the ways they really got their defensive rank up early because of how the way they scored on teams. You got the Giants, they were atrocious. You held them to 0 points. You scored 40 on them. The Jets were atrocious. Dak put up 30 on them. The defense was pretty decent, but Dak still put up 30, a 30 bone on them. The Patriots were terrible. You put up 38 on them. Of course, the defense is looking a whole lot different. Then we really took off after that Chargers game. Look how many points we scored on the Rams. 43. Played the Eagles, 28-23. Played the Giants again, 49-17. Playing the teams like we were playing in our division, like the Giants and the Washington Commanders, helped us out. Playing the Carolina Panthers helped us out. Trash teams couldn't really run the ball. Cowboys, 49-17 on the Giants, 33-10 on the Panthers, 45-10 on the Commanders. We literally built our defensive rankings on those types of games. But when we ran into the really good teams that could run the ball, they ran all over us. Dak Prescott was killing it in 2023. Him, that offense, and CeeDee Lamb, they were absolutely killing it. The Cowboys, 35-41 with the Seahawks. 33-13 over the Eagles. We played the Bills. They beat us 31-10. We played the Dolphins, 22-20. The Lions, 20-19. We played the Commanders, again, 38-10. We built up our defensive ranking on bad teams. And because Dak Prescott was putting up so many points, we could pin our ears back and get those sacks, get those turnovers. We did that against some teams that were not so good. We beat a couple of good teams in there too. Again, we beat the Lions, a good team. The Dolphins, I'm telling you, we came up 1 inch short on beating the Dolphins. We beat the Seahawks, was a good team. We beat the Eagles. They were struggling that year. But again, when you look at the way the Cowboys were playing, there's a reason why our defense it was fool's gold, because there is no way somebody can explain to me. There is no way a top 5 defense gets 48 points scored on them in the playoffs. There's no way. There's no way. It wasn't because of interceptions that they scored 48 points. We couldn't stop them from running the ball. They ran all through us. There's no way a top 5 team does that. But the crazy part is this guy said they've had defenses around him. And that one was the only one. And even that one we know was fool's gold. It was a joke. It was a joke. We don't even want to talk about 2024. But 2023 was fool's gold. We knew doggone well we were not a top 5. There is nobody who thought going into that playoff game we were a top 5 defense. Nobody. Nobody thought that. There's no way anybody thought that. So when I look at these lists that these guys make like this, it's crazy to me. They move the goalpost every single time. For Dak Prescott to not have won the big game. Jaden Daniels, I've seen it before. There's no way I'm putting Jaden Daniels at number 6. I'm not putting Jaden Daniels at number 6, but I can understand it. But where these also lose validity, Justin Herbert. There's no way Justin Herbert is number 7. There's no way Justin Herbert is number 7. There's no way. This dude just said this dude's physical abilities. But there's something missing there. Yeah, wins. Yeah, playoff wins. Justin Herbert has done nothing. And I'm telling you, he cooked them against the Houston Texans last year. And Harbaugh on purpose took the ball out of his hand to try to help him be successful. And then because the Houston Texans put him in a headlock, because the Houston Texans put him in a headlock, well, there was nothing he could do. His record in the playoffs, 0-2. And he has been the reason. I mean, he's thrown, last year, multiple interceptions. I think he threw more interceptions in that playoff game than he threw the whole season, if I'm not mistaken. Or close to it. Threw 4 interceptions in that thing, man. I'll never understand. Why do they keep putting Justin Herbert in the top 10? I don't understand it. There is no way he should be in the top 10. Jared Goff had an absolute great team around him. I'm sorry, man. It's crazy that he lost with that Detroit Lions team last year. Even Sean McVay gave up on him. But I can understand some of what they're saying. But it's crazy to me because they always change it up. C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud minus his rookie season. There's no way I'm putting C.J. Stroud over Dak Prescott. I'm struggling putting C.J. Stroud over Jalen Hurts. I'm struggling with that. And to put Baker Mayfield above Dak Prescott to me is crazy. No rhyme or reason. No way. There's no way you can justify this. How do you justify putting Baker Mayfield over Dak Prescott? 2 wins, 2 losses. Number 1, I think it was a number 1 pick. There's no way. Or a first-round pick. There's no way. These people literally hate on Dak Prescott. There is no way that I wouldn't even have Matthew Stafford over Dak Prescott except for a Super Bowl. I know that's what they're counting. But you're counting, and I'm sure they're counting Matthew Stafford's Super Bowl, but they're counting Lamar Jackson's ability, but not his playoff wins. See, these things, they move all over the place. They just move all over the place. Dak Prescott has had all these great stats, all these great wins over the years. But when we get to the playoffs, we put that all on Dak Prescott. But when these other players get to the playoffs, we don't even count it against them. We don't even count it against them because you can't be counting it against them for Justin Herbert to be above Jalen Hurts. You can't justify him being over. You can't justify Justin Herbert being over C.J. Stroud to me at this point. This is why I'm tired of these lists. I'm so glad that the season is starting. And we're going to see what it do this season. But all these lists and stuff, man, it's just a bunch of junk. Tired of it. It's a bunch of junk. Chanel said for Dak to stay healthy, the offensive line needs to get their act together, boy. Ugh. I think this is one of the reasons why they don't want Dak to play too. But it is what it is coming this first. It is what it is coming this first game. Dak got to be ready. Ready or not, the Eagles going to be gunning, boy. They going to be gunning. They going to be gunning. Gwen Bowden said it's hook-nosed Jerry Jones. She said it's hook-nosed Jerry Jones. Lexington Renton said it's Jerry, definitely has his hand in his back. Man, I'm not going to believe this thing with Joe Milton is Brian. I can't believe it. I can't. I'm struggling. I can't believe it's Brian Schottenheimer. And that's another reason why I'm going to roll with Brian Schottenheimer, because I believe that once the play calling begins, once they get on the field, Jerry won't be able to control Brian as much as he's. I just think this is something with Joe. Brian is doing this for Jerry, it seems like. You just got to do it. But again, y'all tell me what y'all think about this thing with Mike Sando and his ranking. It's crazy out of here. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. Doesn't make sense. They just change up everything when it comes to Dak Prescott. Yeah, you know, it's these games and they haven't won it. Okay, what does all these other quarterbacks won? I mean, Joe Burrow, we're going to start talking about Joe Burrow eventually. Joe Burrow's been to one Super Bowl, and I'm not going to hate, definitely not going to hate on Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, no defense, I get it. But to say that Dak Prescott has had a defense? Stop it. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm hoping that Matt Eberflus answers that question for Dak. Rod Hanna said, man, G, if I was a bubble player, I would ask them to release me now. Because you can't do anything with him at quarterback. Shoot. Boy, I'm sorry, but if I'd have been Will Greer, I'd told him you'd lose my darn number. You ain't finna have me coming in not competing. Lose my number, bro. Don't call me again. I don't even understand somebody who would even agree to this. But again, I'm still pulling for Joe Milton. Just like I pulled for Trey Lance. I just want people to leave Joe Milton alone. I want Schottenheimer to stop talking up Joe Milton. Just help him to get better. And you don't have to make an excuse for the fact that he's not ready yet. You don't have to make an excuse, man. You don't have to make an excuse. Just say, hey, man, hey, you've already said Dak Prescott's a developmental quarterback. You gave yourself an out. Yeah, man, he's still developing. Yeah, we're still working with Joe. But you don't want to say that about Joe. Why not? Yeah, man, Joe's developing. Joe's a work in progress. Just like everybody else. We're still working with Joe. There's some things that we like. There's some things that we don't like. We're going to keep working with Joe. And everything will work itself out as far as who's going to be our second quarterback. Who's going to be our third. I would be telling them. Blue Star said maybe we overreacting on just a bit, G. We have Dak on this team. No, again, this is separate talk from our first team. Our first team, man, I'm telling you, our first team, man, we good, Blue Star. Our first team is good. Only thing I don't like about what we did to our first team is we didn't let them get out there and get some snaps. I said it before, I say it again. I don't care if they just let Dak Prescott get out there and hand the ball off. I would still have liked to seen him out there. Just a whole starting. I would just like to see him out there just for a rehearsal. Hey guys, we're not going to really run anything. We're going to keep it real simple. Hand it off a couple times, hand it off 3 times, see what we can do. And then we'll do it like that. But that's what I would have did. Yeah, Ty Howard, he said, G is looking at the full picture, not just a portion of the image. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And again, that's why it's funny to me it's funny to me, man, because some of the stuff that Brian is saying, it's not really effective to me, at least as it applies to the first team. Man, you don't want to be out there trying to get your team. You don't want to get your starters out there knocked up. Poobie D, that's where I am. Poobie D, I don't care if we'd have just said, Dak, hand the ball off. I don't care if we're just saying hand the ball off. I would have had him out there I just had him out there handing the ball off. I just want the team. I would have just wanted the first team out there together. Just kind of getting that feel of, hey guys, this is us. But again, I tell you this. Boy, I'm praying that everything that Brian is attempting to do come true. Because I can tell you what Brian is saying. Brian is saying that I'm about to unleash on this league some plays, some schemes, some things they haven't seen before. We're going to catch teams off guard. And I'm going to tell you what I think Brian is trying to do, and I think he might be able to do it. I think he may very well be able to pull it off. I think Brian is focusing on trying to beat the Eagles in that first game. I think this is why he doesn't want to show anything. He wants to beat the Eagles in that first game. We'll see if it happens. I think the offense, and then I'm hearing A.J. Brown. Y'all hear about A.J. Brown? I don't know if it's true or not. But for what my understanding is, A.J. Brown has been put on injured reserve. And A.J. Brown will not be playing the first 4 games of the season, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how true it is. Let me see. They're reporting over here on the Eagles Wire. I don't know if y'all have seen this. Eagles All-Pro wide receiver A.J. Brown may have suffered a setback with his injured hamstring. So I don't know. We're going to see. But I saw what somebody said he's been put on injured reserve. We'll see. But I say even if he's not 100%, advantage Dallas. Advantage Dallas. Yeah, Sean Springer, you talking about Michael. I think I'm gonna check his highlights out, and I'm gonna put something together tomorrow on it. It came kind of short notice on me. Chanel up in here, he always dropping them good nuggets. Chanel said Dak Prescott completion percentage 67.8, passing yards 3,667, passing touchdowns 23, interceptions 4, passer rating 104.9, rushing yards 282. Boy, Dak Prescott's rookie season was crazy good. Crazy good. Then he gave us Jaden Daniels. He said completion percentage 69, passing yards 3,568, touchdowns 25, interceptions 9, rating 100.1, rushing yards 760. Oh yeah, Dak balled in that rookie season, man. Balled in that rookie season. Yeah, Dak was better than Daniels. To me, Dak was better than a lot of quarterbacks. I'm just not sure I've seen any quarterbacks that were good as Dak in that rookie season. Dak killed it, man. Yep, that 70s fan show. Yeah, they put a super team around it. Poobie D said, who runs the Ravens, Harbaugh or the owner? I think Harbaugh does. They let Harbaugh do his thing. Yeah, they let him do his thing. Chanel, I like what you said there. Impact is not a stat feature. Yeah. Yep, Mile High City. They move the goalpost all the time, man. It is exhausting, man. It is. Yep, Chanel, that's right. The only thing the Pig Networks can say about Dak is that he has not made a championship team. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson hadn't done it either. Hadn't done it either. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But you know what, Brian? Tell me what you think. I think Quinn's scheme is similar to Matt Eberflus. But, Brian, I'm just telling you, If you listen to Stephon Gilmore said we threw that game. That's what Stephon Gilmore said we threw that game. That's what Gilmore said. Okay, wait, did I read that wrong? They made strides in 2023. They were not ranked in the top 5. Okay, let me go back. I might have read that wrong. Okay, it said they improved to 5th overall. I don't believe it. Anybody watch that defense? No, that was not a top 5 defense. Them boys were, hey, I'm telling you, they were terrible down the stretch. Terrible. They racked up a whole bunch of those. They racked up a whole bunch of them stats against sorry teams. It is what it is. You can't control, like me and Poopy D talked about before, you can't control who you play. You play who you play. If you play sorry teams and you rack up stats on sorry teams, you rack up stats on sorry teams. But we are fooling ourselves to think that 2023 defense was ready for anybody. Ran all up and down through them boys. Chanel said the Baltimore Ravens ran for the most rushing yards against the Dallas Cowboys during Prescott's time as quarterback. In the game on August 17, 2025, the Ravens total 273 rushing yards versus Dallas. Man, telling you, man, these guys be tripping when it comes to these lists. Susan said Dak would be top 5 if it wasn't the quarterback, if he wasn't for the Cowboys. You know what? So people have said that too. They would be singing the praises of Dak Prescott if he wasn't on the Cowboys. They really would. They would be singing the praises. What's going on, Brandy? All right, guys, we're going to get up out of here. 4 hours of Cowboys content. We're going to make sure tomorrow we're going to come back with a vengeance. We are not going to spend so much time on Joe Milton. We're going to look at this cornerback. I'm hoping the Cowboys make some more moves tomorrow. I'm hoping the Cowboys start making some moves. I really do. I hope the Cowboys start making some moves, and then we're going to start kind of looking at. But again, Brad talking about, yeah, man, we're going to throw you some surprises on that roster. You're right, because the roster seemed to be pretty much made to me. The roster seemed to be pretty much made, man. You're only talking about, to me, you're only talking about 5 to 8 positions. Yeah, shock us. Please do. Shock us. We would love to see you shock us. And just put the best players on the team that you can. That's the part I'm going to see. Poobie D. One more week, my brother. One more week. And then it's the Eagles. One more week. Brandy, you're right. I'm more worried about the Eagles defense. We might absolutely have a shootout against the Eagles in the first game. We may absolutely have a shootout. Absolutely. An absolute shootout, for sure. All right, man, but hey, I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. We're going to come back stronger tomorrow. Definitely come back stronger tomorrow as we get ready for the season. But again, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that notification bell just in case I do Cowboys After Dark. You always want to be ready for that. We might come back even stronger tonight. You never know. But again, until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace. Yes, sir. I feel that, Blue Star.